Yes. So Wes is going to join us electronically. Yeah, so
Oh, right on.
he's coming on.
We can start without him coming on. We're good. Yeah. Okay. We'll go in a minute, in a few seconds here. Okay, Charlotte, the floor is yours. No,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
no, just I'm
Oh.
kidding. Okay, is everybody good to go? Okay. I now call the special council meeting to order for Wednesday, November 15th, 2023. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda of the special council meeting of Wednesday, November 15th, 2023? Councillor Blissett, Councillor Peabody, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Welcome to the second budget meeting for 2024. I'll turn the meeting over to Charlotte, our CFO, to lead us through today's agenda. Charlotte, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone, council, Mr. Mayor, staff, and those folks out in virtual land. So this is our second meeting of the 2024 through 2028 five-year financial plan budget process. And today we are going to start off with a review of our utility funds. We will take a look at debt and borrowing, reserves, development cost charges, and surplus. We'll then have a 15-minute break around 4:45. A review of the decision package and the tax levy, and then a few closing remarks around 6:30. So I expect that we'll be able to move at the scheduled rate laid out in the agenda. So we should be in good time. So the first, as part of my opening comments, I'd like to draw council's attention to the graphic sheet that I provided earlier. This is the information we have discussed so far and will discuss today. The utilities are at the bottom. And it is summarized at a very high level. It is our intent to submit this to release this to the public, either tonight or tomorrow morning, and request comments back by December 1st. And then those comments will be brought forward to council at the December 13th meeting. We will continue to invite the public to submit questions at the end of each budget meeting. And we will also review those with council if we receive any. This document that you have is a change from how we've done it in the past. In the past, we would wait until we essentially had a completed package, and we would send that out to the public for comment. It didn't leave very much opportunity for input into the actual process, as we were often essentially we had finalized the budget at that point. So here now, the public will have an opportunity to submit their comments and for council to consider those comments.
Mention it moving through.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the document we prepared as a summary document. That document will be posted on our website with links to the packages that council has received so far and will continue to receive, as well as the link to the live stream of each of our meetings. So the public can go in and spend as much time as they would like to review the same information that you've received. And so this would be, I suppose this would be the appetizer to entice people to go in and take a look at the more detailed information. Yeah, so Councillor Blissett.
Thank you. What I'm wondering is is there any information available to the public and to us as to what makes up the 8.6% tax increase?
Councillor Bissett through Mayor Price, yes, there is. We did review that at the end of the last meeting. We went through the changes that brought us to the 8.6%.
So we will be discussing those today?
I have not planned to bring that document forward again. I can bring it forward after the break and we can take another look at that.
Because, well, I guess because otherwise, then the only thing we have to make a decision on are the new asks according to the way it's set up today. So that's 1.09% in addition to the 8.6?
Correct. So, if there is direction from council that 8.6 needs to be re-examined, staff will have to go back and take a look at that. As we talked about last time, the 8.6 represents funding the services that we are committed to providing. There has been no reduction of services anywhere. 1% is $327,000. So it's very difficult to find $327,000 in 10,000 here, 10,000 there. It really needs to be a review of a service or any other annual large ticket item. So we have had some discussions about funding the reduction in the building permit fees from the financial stabilization reserves, which is exactly what that reserve is set up to do. So that would be $100,000 that we could lower the tax levy increase by, so about 30% of 1%, we would reduce that by. There is an opportunity to potentially risk manage the RCMP contract. I would suggest if that's what council wants to look at, maybe $200,000. So now we're at about 1%. And, there are very few other large ticket items that would have a meaningful impact on the 8.6%. Other than identifying an actual service for reducing.
So I would think that would be important to lay out, not just for us, but also for the public. Because, I mean, I would think most people are going to want to know, well, how is it that we need an 8.6% tax increase? So I think that should be laid out very clearly, what makes that up. And like I say, for my benefit too. And then if there's anything we can make a decision on within that, I would appreciate that. We haven't made any decision so far. So.
Sure, we got that sheet that you did that showed all
Yeah.
the increases, so we can convert that into something user friendly, but Tina's helping, so I'll get started.
So just further to that, I think with the 8.6% that we heard the other day,
Yeah.
one piece we can really talk about is that the 1% increase in the dedicated road tax, that's part of the 8.6. So that might be a conversation to have today. Where do we want to go with that 1% increase in dedicated road tax? Do we want to? So I think that's the one piece. Maybe everything else I assume from our last meeting was these are below the line. These are the fixed costs that we have going into this next budget. Yes.
Councillor Bissett through Mayor Price. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll take a look at that document that we looked at last week. We'll bring it back, have another look at it this afternoon, and then we'll look at condensing it into something that can work on that web page. So just, these inflationary pressures that you're seeing on the right-hand side of this document is essentially from that document that we talked about. It just does not go into specific details like that other document does. So yeah, so we'll certainly take a look at that and revisit that document in our final bit for today, for sure.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlotte, I'm just looking at the latest update to the chart about the new asks. And it looks like on this summary document that not all the new asks are captured. Am I reading that correctly?
Councillor Ray, pardon me, through Mayor Price, that's correct. We did not include those funded from reserves.
Mhm. It looks like there's some though that are not funded from reserves. I realize there's limited space in this little box, but I'm just a little concerned that like revitalization beautification's not included. The investment readiness, like it just looks like not all the new asks are included in this little
Yeah.
graphic. So I'm just wondering how we're approaching that from a communication standpoint.
So they are not impacting taxes, so they're funded from reserves. So they were not, we did have them on, but it was just getting very crowded.
Yeah.
And so we did remove them. And as it's very difficult to get it all into one page.
Yeah.
So we are directing the public back to the packages
Mhm.
that council has received. And those packages include the agenda with a itemized table of contents, essentially. So, you know, for further information, the public can go in, look at the table of contents in the agenda, and identify the document that refers to the new asks, and there they all are. Because the new asks are one page on their own.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just, and that's fine. Like the revitalization beautification, unless I'm reading it wrong, is a 0.15% increase to tax. It's not from a reserve based on the chart I'm looking at.
Let us just have a look at that, please,
Sure.
and we'll
So
take a look.
just
Yeah.
wanting to make
Yeah.
sure folks have access to the information.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Okay. All right. So let's make sure that the microphone is close enough. So the first page, page 5 of your package, is a summary of the utility user rates and frontage taxes, showing what the current rates are in 2023, and then the projected increases through to 2028. This document summarizes the water utility user fees, the sewer utility user fees, the solid waste utility, both the collection and the landfill fees, for a total monthly user fee and a total annual user fee amount. Parcel or frontage taxes are also represented. Water utility, a rate per taxable meter. Sewer utility, another rate per taxable meter. And then the water utility and sewer utility based on the taxable frontage of 15.25 meters. And those costs are annual. So in 2023, that cost was $213.50, and in 2024, it is expected that the cost will be $320.25. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. So I'm looking at these projected costs. They're really not moving up much each year. How do these figures look over the next 5 years to our surplus and reserve policy for the targets, the minimum max? Or are we confident we're somewhere between the minimum and max? Or do we need to adjust these further going forward?
Mr. Mayor, so as we get into the package, we will take a look at some of that in detail.
Thank you.
Okay. And
Councillor Chesky?
Not asking for an increase, but I'm curious why the water utility is staying the same when we have quite a few costs associated with water.
so the utility fees, the user fees fund the operations, and the water frontage funds debt and capital. Where there is a surplus in the utility at the end of the year, that surplus is also forwarded to the reserve. So on the water side, the operation side is fairly stable. So at this point, there is no need to increase the water user fee for 2024. The water user fee does increase in 2026, and then again in 27 and in 28. So parcel taxes are something different. Was your question about parcel tax as well?
Just so none of our water utility fees would go into, for example, funding the 10 million plus dam replacement ultimately.
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price, that's debt, and we fund the debt through the water utility, through the frontage tax rather. And the water frontage tax is increasing. In 24, it's going to $11. In 25, it's going to 15, then 20, then 22. There's a significant amount of borrowing in the water utility fee over the next 5 years. Even without the water treatment, it's about $31 million, representing about $2 million in additional debt servicing costs from 24 to 27.
Councillor Peabody?
Actually, Charlotte just answered my question. I was looking at the parcel taxes and the water utility and just how it's obviously more than doubling in the next 8 years, or 4 years, sorry. And just basically looking for an explanation why it is increasing so much.
If I might, Councillor Peabody. So while the frontage taxes also fund debt, they also fund contributions to the reserve. And we have had to increase the contributions. So we've tried to balance it between, some of it from the operating fund, although mostly not, but we do have some large annual costs that are in operations that are just too difficult to overcome with user fees all at once in both of the utility funds. So, it's not absolute that user fees fund 100% of operations, because some of those large major repairs, in particular in the sanitary sewer, where it's $600,000 a year, that is funded from frontage tax. But as a rule, the operations are funded from user fees, and capital recapitalization and new capital, as well as debt is dealt with through the frontage tax. So there is a little bit of this as we're trying to balance the reserve as well and end up at the end of year 5, with something that closely resembles a minimum, and B, that doesn't end up having a negative anytime throughout the 5 years. So there has been some work done, like I say, to balance all of that in both of those utility funds, because there's so much, so many projects going through the utility funds, and the costs of the projects are much higher than they were even this time last year. So for example, the Gold Creek Dam was in the budget last year at $5 million. It's now $14 million. Now it's borrowing, but that does impact, of course, the financing costs. So while frontage taxes were scheduled to increase when we spoke last year, the increases are now higher.
Yeah, Councillor Peabody, yeah.
And just looking like going forward in the next 4 years for parcel frontage taxes, how come we're doing like different percentage increases between the different years as opposed to just equal percentage over the 4 years?
Councillor Peabody, through Mr. Mayor, it has to do with, I know it kind of contradicts that whole idea of funding things from reserves, but what's happening is we've had to address sudden escalations in prices. And we don't have a policy where we increase the frontage fees by 10% every year, which might be, and something to take a look at. But 10%, 10% wouldn't help us a lot right now.
Yeah.
So it has been definitely to try to address sudden increases in some of those projects that are sitting in the reserves, and not just to fund them outright, but also to address the borrowing. So that's why you're not seeing something that's perhaps a little bit more strategic looking.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out like what's the argument instead of doing, 4-year increase, and because between 2027 and 2028 there's no increase. But so instead of just keeping it flat but having a big increase in 2025, just sort of having that.
Yeah, I, it's, the 4 year increase, 2027 to 2028, there's no increase. But instead of just keeping it flat but having a big increase in 2025, just sort of having that. Yeah, I, it's, the 4 year increase, 2027 to 2028, there's no increase. But the main objective is to make sure that reserve doesn't end up in a deficit.
Yeah.
That's the primary reason. And then you're right, we could have maybe gone 5, 7, 10, 12, 14. We could have done that. We didn't. We chose not to. We had other concerns such as, dealing with establishing the desludging reserve, dealing with, both capital reserves were in a when we started this and had the new projects in, they were both in a deficit of, $1.5 million to $2 million. So,
Great.
we've had some work to do.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm just not arguing for one over the other, just trying to understand.
Yeah, and like Charlene is pointing out, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Pardon me, Councillor Peabody, through Mayor Price. The rate at which the projects are coming in as well prevent us from, doing what you're suggesting.
Okay.
There is a little bit of that going on because we are trying to kind of get ahead of, for example, in the sanitary sewer where you see the frontage tax go from 5 to 10. Well, that's because we were experiencing a negative result in the reserve, not in year 5, pardon me, but in the intervening years. So we had to get it up there, and then after that, then comes the desludging reserve, then comes borrowing. So it's been very difficult to be kind of steady Eddie this year with these increases, but that certainly would be the target because as we talk about with reserves, that's the reason for a reserve is to not have this.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, for explaining the utilities, fees and charges. I think that's really helpful. I think going forward, that'll really help us. We can stay on script with you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the next page, page 7, is a bit deeper dive into the water fund revenues. And so I'm just going to read off my notes here, if that's all right. So there's no change in the water fees until 2026 when it goes up 50% to 50 cents to $26.50, and it's ending the 5-year financial plan at $28. The frontage tax goes up $2 right away in 2024 from $9 to $11. And as we've discussed, this increase is necessary to fund an accumulating deficit in the reserve. And just as an observation, so the average transfer in, excluding the surplus transfer, and we'll see that when we start looking at the reserves, but the average transfer into the reserve is $2,036,000, and the average transfer out is $2,200,000. It leaves about $175,000 in an average shortfall. Now that $175,000 has been repaired, if you like, by a transfer of $500,000 transfer surplus from the water fund into the reserve. So as we start settling out in the reserves, those transfers will get less and less. The intent is to fund the reserve from frontage taxes at this point. Once we go in and start taking a look at whether or not frontage taxes or parcel taxes is the way we want to go, we might take a look at handling this entirely differently. But for the time being, that's what we're doing. So even with that $175,000 annual projected shortfall, that's the case even with the $2 increase. And as you'll also notice when we start looking at the transfers or the reserves is, and we talked a little bit about this the other day, debt that is expiring, debt payments are being, rather than going back into general revenue, they're being transferred to the reserve. So in 2026, we have about $120,000. Yeah, $120,000 that's released from an issue that expires, that's been paid out, and instead of letting that go into general water fund revenue, it's being transferred directly to the reserve. So even with those things, we are still facing that average shortfall without transfers from surplus. So it's very challenging, definitely. And the other thing to keep in mind with the amounts that are being transferred to the reserve is that there's about $1.7 million transferred into that reserve. That is an annual allotment for the road program, for major repairs and other sort of annual smaller ticket items, 40,000, 20,000, but they're done every year. So, an average transfer in of $2.2 million when 1.7 of it is already spoken for, again, is challenging. We also, out of the utility funds, we also fund vehicles that support all of the utilities, the two utilities primarily, water and sewer. And in some cases, we share it with the general fund. And what that does is it, spreads out the cost of a dump truck. 30% is funded from general fund, or 33%. 33% is funded from water. 33% is funded from sewer. So it's not, the burden isn't borne by one type of fee, and particularly given that all the funds make use of the piece of equipment. So those types of costs are not necessarily part of the asset management plan of the sewer fund. So those are some of the residual pieces that we need to deal with in terms of funding the fund. Is just like we have a fleet and equipment plan, that needs to sort of migrate over into the utilities as well. And so the one comment, or one of the comments I have about the reserve, and we'll see it when we get there, is that should there be I think there's $1.3 million in that reserve, $1.4 million in the reserve at the end of 2028. We couldn't fund an ad hoc project. We couldn't. And, without depleting the reserve or jeopardizing, like if that ad hoc project came now, it would jeopardize future projects because there wouldn't be enough we'd have to find money somewhere to fund that ad hoc project. And those are the types of projects we wouldn't borrow for a $1.5 million project. We would expect to have those funds available if we had to deal with it. And there are, again, when we get to the reserves, we'll walk through some of those, individual items that are coming out of that reserve that are funded from there. So, I think that's it for the page 7. We mentioned earlier about the new borrowing in the water fund. So $31 million over the next 4 years. This does not include the water treatment facility or doesn't include the water treatment facility. So it's a lot of borrowing on the books. Councillor Blissett.
In earlier discussions, we talked about that through water conservation, by reducing our use of water from 600 liters per day per person down to what the provincial average is, we might be able to delay some of the projects that we have to do. Is that looked at all in this, or is that, I'm just asking.
I suspect the answer is probably best responded to by Director of Engineering.
Councillor Blissett, through Mayor Price, that is not taken into account here because we do need to do that detailed business case in order to make those assessments. It takes a lot of work as far as doing the physical infrastructure modeling, the asset management modeling, and then the subsequent financial modeling to fully realize and project what those savings could be. But as soon as if that work is to go ahead and be approved, then that would be something that we would like to bring forward in a perfect world prior to this same discussion that would happen next year.
So the figures I'm seeing here are really the worst case scenario without any improvements in or decrease in consumption. And then maybe if we can do something, then we would have changes in these numbers. Is that a correct
We would hope to see that. We would have to do some scenario modeling based on the magnitude of the reduction that we would forecast to see, because that in and of itself needs to be looked at as far as how quickly that uptake would be, how we structure any subsequent utility rates to incentivize or disincentivize, water conservation. And then much of that would depend on the implementation plan. A long-term implementation plan would mean longer-term realization of benefits. A short-term implementation plan would hopefully be able to realize those benefits at a shorter term. But that in of itself would mean a more intensive and resource heavy project.
Councillor Stetsky? Oh, sorry, Charlotte.
Sorry, just to add to, pardon me, Councillor Stetsky, just to add to what Mike is saying. So those measures to achieve the type of conservation that would have that type of impact, as Mike has suggested, will also need their own resources, and those are not in this financial plan.
Yeah. Councillor Stetsky.
So best case scenario, what year might actually having water meters, if we go to water meters, actually impact decisions around budgets related to water? Like how many years away, best case scenario, would it be before water meters could be in place and water reductions realized?
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price, quite honestly, I'd be hard pressed to provide that information because there's so many variables on if, when, and how that would be implemented, and we would really need to do the scenario modeling on what those multiple scenarios would look like as far as the implementation timing, the fee structures, and what we would anticipate that uptake to be. So the work that we've done today is based on current usage and projection of that same usage. That has taken us several years and a significant amount of money to invest in having those models built. We do have the backbone of that framework to then input different scenarios, but we wouldn't be able to provide that information at this time.
It's safe to say it's at least a few years away, time all is said and done.
Councillor Stetsky through the mayor, yes, I think even an aggressive implementation would be a multi-year effort to see those benefits, and then to further be able to reinforce the projection of what those benefits would have on both the short-term and long-term financial plan.
Thank you, Mike. Your floor is yours, Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mike. So the next page, page 9, looks at the operating expenses in the water fund. So overall, the fund is quite stable. There have been quite a lot of reallocations within the line items. There have been reductions in some areas in professional fees and in contract services to fund $150,000 increase in the major repairs. The net result is about a $50,000 or $60,000 net increase to those to that line item. So the other thing we talked about, we have been talking about, is this increase in cost and supplies, or in parts and supplies rather. So, so while the percentages are significant, 17, 18%, the dollar amounts are not very high. So they tend to not have a huge impact on the bottom line. But nonetheless, what they do is they also erode any potential surplus in the fund. As the prices go up, they erode the surpluses, reducing the amount that's being transferred into the reserve. So that's sort of what's happened here in both of these utilities, quite frankly, is that there have been some areas that probably had too high a budget, and those budgets have been either reallocated or reduced, or in some cases, over time have caught up. Inflation has caught up with those budgets. So for example, in 2022 through to 2023, we picked up some fairly significant cost increases. And the magnitude of those increases are not quite the same in 2024 as they were from 2023 to 2024 as they were from 2022 to 2023. So what we're seeing in the 2024 numbers is sort of picking up anything that we might have not quite picked up in 2023, but the majority of it would have been picked up there. So we did see a 16% increase in parts and supplies from 2022 to 2023. I realize those numbers are not on here, but I did go back and look at that because I know that was a question that was raised last time. Something else that's happening is, Jason and I were just having a discussion about this, that contract services, where we talk about it includes hydrant flushing. So that was a service we would contract out. That's now being done in-house. So, so that piece is being picked up in the salaries and no longer needing contract service dollars. And those contract service dollars can then be returned to something more critical, like major repairs in the water system when water lines continue to break and whatnot. So, and the other piece that is just in terms of parts and supplies, some of those accelerated costs you're seeing are in that $600,000 line item, or $700,000, I believe it is. So, we had a budget last year of $450,000 there. Now it's, there are a couple of other things added to that, but it's $600,000. So it's increased $150,000 from last year. So, when you start to drill down into this type of detail, it's pretty granular to explain where everything is. But I just thought it was important to highlight that to council, that while you're not seeing any, a parts and supplies line item that's gone up 85%, but so it is represented, pardon me, through the individual line items. And here again, where the budgets might have been too high, those amounts would go into the reserve, which clearly were desperately needed. And as we get a better handle on nailing down those account balances, we are also reducing the transfer to the reserve, which has another impact. So yeah, I think that concludes my comments on page 9, unless council has any questions.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Page 11 has a memo from Mike Matika, Director of Engineering and Development Services, on a water meter business case. Thank you. Mike?
Good evening, Council. So I won't get into a lot of detail on this business case study, but this is something that did result from the latest update that we completed and presented to Council on our water quality and supply asset management plan. And in the conclusion of that very thorough plan, it did have many recommendations. One of the recommendations was to consider more intensive water use and water loss management. And one of those primary recommendations was to consider looking at a business case for the implementation of water meters. The benefits, are well known. It's long become a best practice for local governments from an operations perspective knowing that it is a commodity that we do treat, we do supply, we do pipe, we do provide to individual homes, businesses, and properties. And in order for us to, from a best practice, quantify and qualify the work that we are doing, it's a best practice in order for us to understand how much water usage is happening, and to really look at what is a best practice as a user pay model. You pay for what you use, and then also, as we've seen recently this summer with the drought that we've had and the water use restrictions, those were potentially going to severely impact our community, both from an economic perspective, with impacting businesses and the economy, impacting people's day-to-day lives, and then could subsequently lead to severe drought, where it impacts our ability to have potable drinking water or provide fire flow to portions of our community should the drought event be severe enough. So the purpose of this study would be to quantify and qualify those merits, to look at what some of those both short-term and long-term benefits would be to our budget, both operating and and the long-term capital financial planning. As has been discussed earlier at this budget meeting, we are forecasting some substantial increases needed to just maintain the levels of service when it comes to replacing our aging infrastructure, and to not go down the path of having such an increase in operational maintenance and repairs that we've been seeing over some time. So the purpose of this study is to really quantify and qualify those impacts, to look at some potential scenarios for implementation, and to really create a really strong awareness, both within the corporation and the community, of what the benefits could be.
Thank you, Mike. I guess I've got a question, a comment, and I totally understand the rationale behind the study. And I guess, the study, and then, that just moves the date out and out, and there's a lot of uncertainty. I wonder if it's not prudent to focus on water management immediately, which we have been to a point, and use our media, have a real solid media campaign. And then if council decides, it's kind of where we have to rationalize things all the time through studies. Something like this, I don't know that we do. We look at if the numbers we're just seeing right now, look what happened last year. It's a reality. We're one of the few communities, our size, that aren't on metering. And, people in communities that use it, I see some lovely green lawns, and I see some that have modified them. And you know what? The guys at Water, they pay. And that's the name of the game. So I guess, you pay what you use. I wonder when it becomes a political decision. So we take this off of your hands, where the politicians say, no, that's enough. We've made a decision. We're going forward. Certainly we'd ask, there's communities doing this every year. We could probably get some ballpark projections from other communities and bring it back to council and say, is this in the stars or not? And I think that lots of times these types of things are more political decisions. I just look at what we've got going forward. We've got some initiatives with our dams and whatnot, which would impact our capacity. We're looking for secondary sites, but all that, in considering all that, I think that we have a responsibility of council to go beyond that for the next generations of this water that we're using. And I think that, maybe we have to decide whether or not water meters are what we need in the near future, rather than putting it off to a period of time and waiting for studies. Councillor Stetsky.
Yeah, I certainly tend to agree with Mayor Price. But Mike, I want to hear from you. What would we be losing or missing out on if we did not proceed with the study? On principle, absolutely, I support proceeding with water meters.
Thank you. Councillor Stetsky, through the Mayor Price. The intention of this study is not to prevent the decision to go down the path of council or administration deciding to go ahead with implementation of water meters. It's to best inform, should that decision be made, it still is required to best inform how and when that work would be done. If there was a decision in place to do that, the vast majority of the work in this scope would need to still take place. If we want to talk about being able to model the financial benefits, both short-term and long-term, we would need to do this work. Otherwise, we would be waiting years to have data from however long it takes to implement metering to discuss what the actual financial benefits are going to be. We can look at what other communities have done, and that's easy enough to do, but the projected reduction still needs to be modeled into our financial and our infrastructure scenarios in order to determine what those financial benefits are going to be. We've got robust infrastructure modeling that's based on a certain usage. To rerun those models and to rerun the timing of capacity issues and risk and condition issues based on a reduction of usage then informs the timing of those future projects. And if those future projects are deferred by several years, they may be deferred. There may be some that are not deferred because it's a condition-based issue, not a capacity-based issue. There are some projects that may be related to the sewer consumption that would be projected by the reduction of water usage for most internal taps and fixtures. So all of that modeling work would need to still be done in order for council to have a better informed decision on what these utility rates would be, what the frontage rate would be, what the future capital projects would be. And then in order to inform how we actually go about doing the implementation. Are we going to do it in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? Are we going to do it voluntarily? Are we going to phase it? Are we going to borrow for it? We're talking about millions and millions of dollars in work for this project. So to do a $60,000 study for something that is a multi-year project, that would be very, could be over $10 million worth of work. That work would need to happen today if the decision was decided to move forward one way or the other.
Thank you, Mike. Supplemental, Councillor Setsky.
Yeah, kind of going back to what Councillor Blissett said earlier. So meanwhile, we're proceeding with $14 million dam and other projects. Will we wait to see whether metering might have meant we wouldn't have to do some of these projects?
Councillor Stetsky, through Mayor Price, if the decision was made to go one path, to go down this pathway, we would certainly not bullishly proceed with potential projects that could see an immediate impact or benefit from something like this. And we would certainly be able to risk manage those things or to defer them or to rescope them if we were to project a significant change in what those are going to be. And that's why we've pushed to bring this forward at this point in time, because we still do have the ability and the agility to change some of those things that are immediately happening at this point in time. Much of those projects would still need to go ahead. It's not going to be a silver bullet for a lot of those issues that we do have. A lot of those issues that we do have are capacity-based or condition-based. So the condition of the Gold Creek Dam is not going to change by us reducing the amount of water that we use.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Blissett, and we have Councillor Graham has joined us. Councillor Graham, then Councillor Wright.
And so certainly I would like to see us get on the significant conservation of water path. And we did have a study. We sat here and heard the study from in the fall on our water usage, and it showed some projected reductions with going to metering. I'm not that, I mean, with all the tax increases we're going to see this year, I'm not sure that we should aggressively move ahead with increases in the water and sewer, because we're already hitting the taxpayer. And I mean, it's a significant increase in water and sewer if we just go with business as usual. So, and I don't want to go with business as usual. Like, I'd like us to to implement restrictions so that we can, reduce our water consumption by half. So I think we already have some information. I understand as far as implementing things that you need more. So I'm comfortable with that, but I'm not comfortable with what I've been presented here. Because I thought we were going to not go there. And so I don't want to agree to that at this point. I'm not sure that I have to. I guess we're only looking at an increase for 2024 and then we would look at how to phase in changes with that. Does that seem reasonable in what I'm thinking?
Councillor Brissette, through the mayor, yes, absolutely. I think looking at and I won't necessarily speak on behalf of finance, but looking at the increases from our asset management perspective, when we look at the requirement for projects and priority projects, it's we look at condition, capacity, and risk. And the vast majority of capital projects that we are undertaking are based on condition. So a reduction in water usage does not change the deteriorating condition of our assets. So we're not talking about shaving things in half. We do have some projects that are capacity driven, and then those are projects that we could look at pushing down the road slightly if we were to not have that capacity need, but the condition is still good, and then we can get more useful life remaining out of those assets that from a condition perspective still have useful life, but we won't be triggering a capacity concern. So without having gone through the analysis that we would need to, I would not envision that the increases that we would project in 2024 would be anything close to any that we would be rolling back as a part of the work that we would need to do here. It would be looking forward, and it would likely be looking at tapering that curve rather than flattening it in any way.
Thanks for that explanation, Mike. Councillor Graham, then Councillor Ray. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Just a couple questions on the water metering. One question I've asked for quite a few years is just why aren't we metering new builds? We just make it part of the process. Whether then it's there. Like we've had hundreds of homes built over the last few years, and there's no metering on them. Like I think that would be one way to at least start the process. The other question I have is when we're looking at metering. So the public thinks of metering as a way for water reduction. Also, that would potentially equal water savings, or that's what we would try and rationalize it with, is if you use less water, you don't have to pay as much money. But when we have a lot of these projects coming online, is there really a way to quantify money saving for the consumer, or is this just a way to continue to charge the same rate, you just don't pay more for usage? Like how do we sell this as a win other than just water reduction, which is still a win, but it can be hard to quantify.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham through Mayor Price. The first question regarding new builds, that is a policy and bylaw item. This, by and large, since the last time several years ago that this was brought forward to council, it has not been discussed as a policy initiative to implement. Staff are certainly prepared operationally. I believe it would be a great idea to start doing that from a policy perspective with an amendment to a building bylaw. We do require it for larger diameter water services for commercial and industrial properties. So that is already something that we do have in place. We've recently had property owners reach out to us and ask if they could have meters put in and if there would be any subsequent savings. So there is an appetite to do that. And I think that would be a tremendous potential starting point to look at doing that going forward. And that would be something that that could be implemented through policy and bylaw fairly quickly. From the water reduction and water savings perspective, a big part of what these implementation studies need to look at is what are the fee structures. When I oversaw the implementation of the universal metering project at the District of Sparwood, that was a big part of the work that needed to be done through the consultants. And you need to analyze your consumption fees are typically related to your operations. So you need to look at what your operational costs are now and what would be reflected in your operational cost decreases. For some communities, they see significant decreases in operations costs because they have to spend electricity on pumping all of their waters out of wells. We do a fair bit of pumping. There's also treatment costs that are volume-based or flow rate-based. So again, those would have to be, that would have to be analysis done to project what those operating cost decreases would be. And then you look at it from a fee and finance perspective to see, are there financial models that would allow a consumer that is going to be using an average amount of water to see if there would be savings on their monthly utility bill. That is something that we would need to do this analysis to project. Our operations as far as providing water aren't very intensive. We do have some wells, but most of it is surface gravity flow. So we wouldn't see it as acute of a benefit from that perspective, but we probably would see some benefits. But rate structures is also as a policy item that needs to be considered. Is how do you step those rates? How do you tier those rates? How do you use those rates to incentivize the type of usage or disincentivize the type of usage that you do want to see? In a perfect world, you are able to show the benefits of having those savings from that water reduction. But then again, we would need to do this analysis to confirm that.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Ray?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question and then a comment. So just to double check, Mike, and maybe more for the benefit of any members of the public who might be watching at some point, the qualified experts who completed our water master plan recommended that we develop a business case for regarding universal metering. Is that correct?
Councillor Ray through Mayor Price, yes, that was one of their recommendations, knowing that the assumptions that we use in all the modeling of our asset management and subsequent financial requirements are using a average consumption that is relatively quite high. And they would recommend that it would be good to do an analysis to see what those benefits would be, which was what is one of the benefits in addition to, the drought management and the other short-term acute items.
Thank you. So just a comment to follow up on that. Whenever we are able to make evidence-based decisions, I believe that is what we should do. Would certainly support moving forward with this business case. I believe, though, in parallel, we have the ability to explore an increased focus with communications on water conservation. We've talked about potential changes to bylaw and policy around water metering for new builds. So my suggestion would be to pursue the recommendation from the experts to have to develop this business case and explore what other initiatives we can do in parallel to start doing a better job of conserving our water. So I think we can do both in parallel, but it is important for us to make evidence-based decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Popoff.
Yes, thank you. So I see here that the cost to do this study is in a reserve, so it's not a direct taxpayer cost at this point. I think we need to be better educated, as you're explaining, Mike, on what it means going forward. My question is, when will the study be completed so we can start working?
Councillor Popoff through Mayor Price. It does depend on the starting of it, and it does depend on us drilling down and finalizing what that scope is, and that's sort of based on some of these discussions that we have with council as far as how much are we going to have a policy discussion on it, or are we comfortable moving forward and trying to operationalize this business case on a best path forward scenario rather than a if or should scenario. And that's why some of this discussion is here. I would envision that we would be looking at about 6 months to do the work. My hope is that we have this meeting next year arming ourselves, arming finance, arming council and the public with the information that comes out of this to be making those evidence-based decisions on what it would look like going forward and being able to see and quantify and qualify some of those benefits.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, I think that for council to make some of these decisions, we need this information. So post haste and let's bring it back to council. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Popoff. Councillor Stetsky, and then we'll move on.
Yep, thank you. So a number of the things that we're looking at here for funding are asset-based. They're basically making sure that our assets are in shape for the future, and that includes the dam, as I understand it, that it would also improve how much water we potentially can hold and provide in the future. But when you look ahead to next summer, anything in terms of the list that would be a priority to try and make sure that, given climate change and the issues we're facing, that we don't have a water shortage next summer?
Councillor Setsky, through the Mayor Price, we've been having a lot of conversations across the organization, including working closely with our colleagues at Public Works on how we best manage the information and the information that we send to the public as far as education on water usage. So yes, this needs to be a multi-pronged approach. So that includes our own operations, our own irrigation policies, how the city manages water, how we're proactively investing in leak detection, leak repairs. We do know that we need to make sure that we are taking care of all of our work and all the things that we need to do to be a part of this. So that will include a lot of the messaging. We do have a couple decades worth of really good flow monitoring data and meteorological station data in our watershed that we're looking to leverage to help proactively analyze whether or not we can forecast a drought with some of the weather modeling as well. So that could even mean over this winter saying we still need to reduce household water usage to fill up that reservoir because we're not quite there yet. So we want to be way ahead of the curve. We have a lot of that information that we can leverage. We haven't been utilizing it to the best of our ability. And this drought and these water restrictions really show that we need to double down and find the resources to leverage that information so we can make those forecasted decisions. We would rather implement lighter drought restrictions earlier in the summer to save the hammer that it has later in the year on some of those on the economics and the business community.
Thanks, Mike. Charlotte?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the intent was to bring this forward under the new asks with a resolution on December 13th. I'm not sure I've drafted a resolution if council would like to consider the resolution tonight, or we can defer it to December 13th.
Nate? Would it be better for you tonight, Charlotte, just to get it out of the way?
Well, I'll read the draft resolution, and it's very similar. It's what you would see on December 13th, that council approve adding the project water meter business case study to the 2024-2028 5-year financial plan at a cost of up to $60,000 funded from the Water Capital Reserve.
Okay, we'll take that as a motion. Councillor Ray, Councillor Peabody, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so the next fund for discussion is the sewer fund. I'll try to move through this a little bit quicker here. So the fees are going up $3 in 2024, the user fees from $20 to $23, and the 5-year financial plan ends the term with a fee of $24 in 2028. That's per month. The frontage tax is will go from $5 in 2024 to $10 and ending in 2028 at $12. So the user fees are going up to fund the desludging reserve, and I will review the memo with council in a few minutes. And the frontage taxes, the increase to the frontage taxes is to fund the general sewer reserve funding a projected deficit. So something I do have the information for the water fund, but if, Mr. Mayor, you asked whether or not there was any need to increase the fees further. So just for council's information, a $1 increase to the fees is equal to about $112,000 a year. And a $1 increase to the frontage tax is about $175,000 a year. Just an FYI item. And I'll
Mayor Price, just quickly, could I just return to the last item, just to be clear for staff for direction? With the study council is looking for, so that we know the wording of the scope, council is looking for a study that looks more like a go forward plan than a if we should plan. Like a business case of if we should is kind of one way, but I think what I'm hearing is more of like a go forward implementation kind of a plan with a bent towards council saying we're doing this versus if we should do this. Like I think it's a distinction I want to
That
make.
was the
before we-
indication I got is that. Yeah, I seen everybody's head nodding, so yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah,
So we're-
thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Mark. So similar to the water fund in terms of the reserve, the average transfers in are 2.3 million and the average transfers out are 2.6 million. A shortfall of about $307,000 per year. We are buffered by that by having a fairly generous opening balance of $2.3 million. And we closed the 5-year financial plan with 1.3 million. And again, surplus from the operating fund is being pulled in, funding the reserve, about $500,000. And we'll see that kind of detail when we come to the reserve section. Again, average transfers in, of the average transfers in, about $1.4 million is regular annual maintenance and capital replacement, with a residual of about $900,000 a year, which, depending on what is being purchased in the in that particular year in terms of equipment, whatnot, can very quickly impact that in a pretty severe way. A Vector truck, for example, is a piece of equipment that's used in the sanitary sewer fund, and it's over $400,000 for a Vector truck. So similar to the water reserve, there isn't a lot of buffer should something unexpected, unforeseen happen. So I will just discuss with council the desludging reserve. So that's the memo is on page 17. So in 2025, there is a project valued at $4.5 million, and it's to desludge cells 2 and 3. And we do not have $4.5 million to do that. So the plan is to borrow, and that borrowing will be paid for from frontage taxes. And we will amortize it over 10 years, I believe. And so to do this borrowing, we'll have to go out to AAP, just like all borrowing that we do. And then the next maintenance piece is cell 1 again in 2033. And the plan is to borrow for 50% of that and to have saved up 50% of that. So we're starting that reserve fund, but we do need some time to establish that. So essentially, the desludging of cell 1 in 3033 will take 20 years to pay for, because we're borrowing, or we're starting up the reserve now for 10 years, and then we'll borrow the other 50% at the end, when we do it, and pay for that over 10 years. So we're really spreading it out, trying to minimize the impact of this very sudden big maintenance initiative or requirement. And then pardon me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, and I understand that, Charlotte, and, you know, it is unfortunate we do need to borrow, but that's the situation we're faced with. But I'm really happy to see that there's a 30-year projection on this. And so kudos to obviously our finance and our engineering. And let's be honest, this is something that's going to be ongoing for as long as we're using, this type of a system we've got. So, yeah, 30-year projection. Now we can look forward to better, I think, planning around our reserves and whatnot for these types of things, so that the next future councils aren't caught like we got caught. Councillor Stetsky.
So is there any chance for grants for any of these as we go through it?
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price, generally not. This is considered a maintenance issue. So typically grants are not available. In many cases, when we do have grants and we're doing, a larger project, desludging is specifically excluded unless you can, build it in some way that it's not seen as a maintenance item.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you. So if interest rates go down, do we then have an opportunity to decrease our rates on our borrowing, or are they set for 30 years?
That's good. But what happens with the MFA debt is we're locked in for 10 years.
Okay.
And then if the rates are lower, then we will renegotiate at a lower, and it's every 5 years then after that.
Okay.
We
So
negotiate
locked
the
in
rates,
for
yeah.
10,
Yeah.
renegotiate, and then
Yeah.
every 5 years you can renegotiate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Ray, just on that, and of course, the term of the borrowing is only 10 years.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be renegotiating in this case.
Not for the dispatch.
No, that's right. But that's correct. And the other thing so first of all, these are really preliminary projections. And this is at the very front of clearly a very expensive initiative. But, the expectation is that we will, as I think I say in my memo, our projections will become a little more solid as we go through each of the desludging projects. So this is the projection today. And I also say in my memo that as we build the reserve will earn interest, and that income is not reflected in my calculations at all. So there are a lot of variables, and there's a lot of uncertainty around some of this, but this gets us started and then allows us to complete the 2025 project and then incorporate the findings from that into the analysis.
Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlotte, is this a new reserve that we're creating for this desludging?
Councillor Peabody through Mayor Price, it will be a sub-reserve within the sewer capital reserve.
Okay.
So when this is not our first rodeo with a desludging reserve.
Mhm.
Quite a few years ago, we set something up, but the costs were like 10% of what we're looking at now, or
Yeah.
maybe 20%. So we were setting aside $145,000 a year for a desludging reserve. But with the project that's been going on out at the lagoons and us having desludged cell 1, whatever was there in that reserve is gone. And, and now we need to start over.
Yeah.
Because it was just so much more expensive. The original reserve was based on a cost of $750,000.
So supplemental, if I may. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, but we went through the practice of taking a lot of our reserves because we had too many of them, and then slimming it down. So, here we are creating another sub-reserve. Now, 5 years down the road or 6 years down the road, there's new staff, new council. will this reserve be at risk of just being amalgamated into a bigger pool of money, or is there a way to protect it so it stays, what it's needed for in the next 10 years?
Councillor Peabody through Mayor Price. I mean, it will be reflected in the accounts,
Mhm.
But it will be a subcomponent of the sanitary sewer reserve, similar to the way the COVID fund, which had provincial parameters around it, was within our financial stabilization reserve, but kept separate. Now, the longevity of that is not what we're anticipating here, but all the indicators will be that it is a separate reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's a way to protect it. So, council 4, 5, 6 years down the road doesn't feel like this is just a pool of money they can use for a different project.
Councillor Peabody, that's always the risk.
Mhm.
There's always risk that a new council will change something a previous council did. We could build it into bylaw, into a separate bylaw, and another council could still come along and repeal the bylaw.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Councillor Ray?
Charlotte, just to follow up on what you mentioned earlier, but not for this year, most likely, because we're far down the path, but I wonder for next year if we might have an opportunity to just build in a very conservative forecast of what the interest might be on this reserve fund, just so that can be part of our numbers, like very conservative, modest, but at least give us a sense that there would be interest coming in and kind of a very conservative estimate of what it might look like.
Councillor Ray through Mr. Mayor, we do that with all our reserves. This is for illustration purposes, and once should council agree to move ahead with this, it will be embedded just like every other reserve where interest is calculated and allocated.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a final item on the sewer is, again, on the operations side, we have fairly steady overall costs. Again, some reallocations in particular with the salary and wages. And here is, again, so major repairs in both of the funds are funded from reserves, and major repairs in many cases can fluctuate. We talked about the $600,000 in the water fund earlier. That particular item is steady, but very frequently major repairs, they do fluctuate. And, if there's a surge one year for something needed, it would be represented, as a surge, and it would appear it would look maybe a little strange in the accounts because there would be an increase one year and then back down in another year. But they are funded from, a steady flow into the reserve. We actually have separate allocations into the reserve for major repairs, and they're based on what many years ago we had as annual allocations into the 5-year financial plan, funded directly from taxes and sometimes not getting used and then just rolling into surplus. So now what we've done is something a little bit more strategic, in my opinion, is that the money goes into the reserve and we pull out what's needed, as opposed to letting it go into surplus and it ending up sort of kind of all over the place. So that's I guess what I would say about the sewer operating expenses. Oh, sorry. So solid waste is fairly straightforward. There is an expected, we're now on page 21. There is an expected increase in 2024 of the collection fee from $7 to $8.50. And then another increase in 2026 to $9. So in the sanitary sewer fund, we collect a collection charge, which is the garbage trucks going around and collecting the garbage, and the landfill fee, which is the requisition we receive from the regional district. In here, we have not included any reference to the recycling initiative. We're not showing the recycling revenue nor the recycling expenses. It's essentially a net zero. There's a tiny surplus. Despite what I said the other day, which was that there was something like $6.16 shortfall between the initiative, the grant we received, and the cost. But because of the bins, there's actually a small surplus. So perhaps too much information. And then on the expense side, again, the recycling expenses are not reflected. We do have,
Councillor Ray?
Sorry to interrupt, I could have waited, but thank you. As you mentioned, the landfill fee is the requisition from the RDEK. It's been great to sit at that table and learn more about landfills. Just thinking about the opportunity that I understand is coming available around recycling organics. Not that we're looking for extra work, but just thinking for communities that are able to recycle organics, the idea is that those aren't going into the landfill, which should extend the lifespan of the landfill, which should help keep our fees down somewhat from the RDEK. Have we had any discussions about organic recycling with an eye to, like I say, extending the lifespan of the landfill, and also the goal is to keep our fees down?
Councillor Ray through Mayor Price. I'm just going to ask Jason if he can comment on that.
Councillor Ray through Mayor Price. I'm not the expert to talk on this, but I know we have been talking about organics internally through the corporation. So that is a high level outlook right now is to pursue that.
Thanks, Jason. Charlotte?
The team downstairs just sent a note that there is a 2023 project for curbside collection feasibility, curbside organics collection. Yes, yeah. Thanks downstairs. I will, just on the capital reserve side, and again, we'll briefly go through that when we look at the reserve section, but there is a reserve for solid waste, and we are funding the purchase of the mechanized garbage trucks through there. And in the past, we always would fund new garbage trucks out of a quasi solid waste reserve when we were still buying the old type garbage trucks, which we haven't done for a long time now because we've been waiting for the mechanized garbage trucks. But so this reserve, I just want to point out, this reserve does need some work. At the end of the 5-year plan, there's very little left in the reserve. There wouldn't be enough to fund the replacement of the mechanized garbage truck. So we do need to take a look at that. But I feel it's just a little bit premature until we get the equipment in place and we can see exactly what this should look like and what type of a asset replacement program we might want to implement for that equipment. So just that as a heads up for council. Okay, so now we're on page 25 for borrowing.
Charlotte, if I could, it may save some prolonged questions as we go forward. I'm just wondering before we get started if you could explain what our borrowing capacity is. I think a lot of people think it's just total number here of 90, and exactly how that works, what MFA's limit is, and what your comfort level is. I mean, let's be honest, you're the CFO right now. The next CFO may have a different comfort level, but I think if you could explain that real quick, I think we'd have a better understanding on some of this.
Mayor Price, of course. So Charlene and I have great debates about this. What's the number? And really, and in the past, I've certainly thrown out a number, but I really want to caution council on that because that number is in flux. So the number depends on our revenue. It depends on the cost of borrowing. So it depends on the interest rate, because what the legislation says is you can borrow such that your costs to borrow do not exceed this.
25%.
Yeah, 25% of your revenue. Yeah, so when we get into, well, maybe let's do that right away. Yeah, let's do that right away. So the next page, page 27. So in the blue boxes down below, sort of middle of the page, it says liability servicing limit based on 2022 income or revenue. So the limit is $13,146,000. What that means is our cost to borrow, that's our debt, our principal payments and our interests in any given year, can be as high as $13 million. So our current, in 2024, you'll see that in that green line, 33.31%. Right above that is that $4.3 million. So what that's telling us is that $4.3 million is 33% of $13 million. So in 2024, we are expected to be at 33.31% of our borrowing capacity. Now, all of these calculations are based on our 2022 revenue. So you'll see out in 2029, 2030, we're as high as 65.74%.
Yeah.
That is probably the bounds of my comfort. Now, having said that, by 2030, our revenue picture will have changed.
Mhm.
Possibly the interest environment will have changed. So, yeah, like I say, Charlene and I, one day we had a very good discussion about this. And so I will refrain from throwing a number out because it does confuse the issue.
But I appreciate that, Charlotte. So I think some council members, didn't fully understand how it relates back to our limits and how the limits work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to wrap that up, in the little skinny blue cell, so our current debt outstanding is $21,878,000. And we're going, as we talked about, the total proposed new debt is $91 million.
I don't want to get carried away here, but it's interesting. Last year, I had a couple of people approach me and say, what is our debt per household and per capita? Do we have those numbers available? I don't care about today, but later on, is it an easy calculation? Okay, I'll get those from you later. Yeah, because that is a question that I am asked. Councillor Papa.
Yes, thank you. And Charlotte, the planned new debt of 91+ million, that's for 2024?
That's the total.
So that's on page 25.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Right up.
So just as a couple of highlights for page 25, So you'll see in 2028, there's the water treatment plant and the satellite fire stations. So I know that we all kind of, yeah, about all this stuff out in year 5, but it's there for a particular reason. And it's there to not lose sight of it. It's there because especially the water treatment plant, if I'm not mistaken, is a DCC project. I believe that's the case. I believe there is. Charlene will just confirm that. So where we have these DCC projects, they do have to be in the plan. Even if that's not the case, no, that's old. Even if that's not the case, it is, from my perspective, when I first, started doing this, as I want council to understand that it's something that's talked about. And I want council to understand it's big and it's probably way bigger than this. So in terms of thinking, maybe we should borrow for something that's not maybe as critical as a water related type of issue, bear in mind that this thing is out there. So it's just a cautionary tale, I guess, of what could come, what could be coming down. It's not meant to be Chicken Little at all. It's just meant to be a reflection on something that could happen.
Thank you. Councillor Stetsky?
It's not DCC, pardon me.
So just so I'm clear, we're borrowing an additional $70 million next year? No? Or over the 5-year?
In
Plan.
Councillor Stetsky, in 2024, we are borrowing 9, 10, 11, 12, 12.2 million.
Okay, so that figure is of 91 million is over the 5-year.
Over the 5, that's
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Yeah, because if you look at page 25, it says what year.
25, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also,
Right.
that 91 million includes Shadow Mountain, which of course we're collecting money for. But any of these LASs or LASs, they, when we borrow, they impact our liability servicing limit. Now, in theory, our liability servicing limit goes up because we collect revenue to offset the cost of that debt.
But only 25%, right?
Yeah, only 25%, yeah. And the other item that's not in here, nor anywhere in the budget yet, is the borrowing for the Moyer Reserve, from the Moyer Reserve. So back to page 27. So again, just a really high-level summary of each of the funds: general, water, sewer, solid waste, and airport. And it's showing current debt servicing costs. So these are the principal payments with interest on the top line, and then any new debt servicing costs for the particular year. And we are showing a 10-year plan here, but this does not include anything that might be coming as new projects in 29 and out. So we started doing this primarily to show the Western Financial Place, which will be paid for in 2030. Are there any questions on this? No? Page 29 is a schedule of debt servicing costs, so debt expiring. There are 3 issues that will expire in this current 5-year financial plan. So the Fire Hall and the Cranbrook Library, one expires in 2025 and the other expires in 2026. Both of those payments have been redirected to the facilities reserve. And the in the water fund, the North Hill Water Trunk, $120,000 has been redirected into that reserve. And then just some graphical illustrations of our debt servicing. In the general fund, there's a downward trend into 2028. And again, that downward trend, those funds are being reallocated to the reserve.
Councillor Ray has a comment.
Just a quick question. I'm just curious, how is the interest rate set at the MFA? Is it 1% lower than prime? If I'm
I
just-
don't believe
No.
it's like that.
No, it's tied to their actuarial forecasting that they're doing also, because there's an actuarial adjustment in the MFA debt.
Okay,
We get better rates, of course, because it's all the debt in BC is pooled
sure.
for the MFA.
Okay.
So, but it's
Yeah,
not,
I was just curious because the rate is
Yeah.
better than,
yeah, it's not tied directly, like it's tied to prime, but not like a
Yeah.
percentage like that.
okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Councillor Bassett.
Thank you. So can we make a choice in the future on what to do once we've paid off those loans, whether we just don't charge for that anymore, or is that, like, at this point, I think what you're saying is that it'll go into a reserve, but I would think we would be making a choice on that.
Councillor Bassett, yes, of course. It was a decision in order to not end up in a deficit position in the reserve, but certainly, and it is something we've been discussing, is to, make that, and certainly the idea would maybe be to embed that in a policy, but that would be a discussion we would have with council. If council's against that, there is nothing saying we have to do that. I guess that would be my recommendation.
If I can comment on
Yeah,
that.
go ahead.
I think too, you have to look and this council, and I think last council, we developed a policy, we had finance develop a policy on our surplus and reserves, with the targets. And so through the development of that policy, that it has to be funded. So when, you're either going to fund it through taxes or through whatever, but certainly when your debt matures, if you can put that money in, if it's needed to put in that reserve to meet the targets that council set, that's what finance does in part too. Is that correct, Charlotte?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's what we did. I certainly, given that there might not be 100% agreement around the council table that that's what we should do, it would probably be my preference to bring something forward and get a resolution from council to agree that that is what we would do.
I guess my point is that I would like to see us make a decision on that versus just have it automatically happen. Because I'm looking at this and going, well, that's, a significant percent. That's depending on what our tax situation is at that time, we might decide that we do or don't want to do that. So I would just rather leave that open for future decision-making. I don't want to get into the merits of it at this point, but I think that would be a good thing for council.
Yeah, point taken. Got it.
Thank you. So now, the reserve balances on page 39.
No.
So this is a summary of all the reserves and their balances at the end of each of the 5 years. We will be looking at a number of these reserves in a little bit more detail, but I will just highlight a couple of items here. So the total at the bottom in 2028 is $13,965,000. And we typically don't consider the AIF reserve for $2.3 million. So without that, it's $11,589,000. The other thing that's not included in here, Councillor Peabody, is the desludging reserve. So at the end of 2028, that reserve is $3 million. So we'll look for a way to represent that in perhaps as a subline to show that it's not, it's very, very specific and intended for that. I'm not sure what the right way is to show it. We've not included it here because it will artificially artificially increase the look of the reserves, and when it's such a specific item. So that's something I think we'll work on, but it's not included in here. And so there are about $3 million sitting on the side, and it will be shown. It is reflected in the detailed capital sewer reserve schedule.
Charlotte, if I could, I guess, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just looking at a couple of these, couple are drawn down significantly. But 22 plus billion, last year, and then 14 million in 2028. Certainly, we know cost increases every year. What's your comfort level in 2028 as far as our reserves?
Well, I'm not very comfortable, Mr. Mayor. One item in particular, or one line in particular, is the Capital Works Reserve,
Yep.
$163,000, with an opening balance of 1.8 million. So that reserve needs some attention.
Mhm.
The fleet and heavy equipment and the facilities reserves, they look fairly reasonable, but both of those asset groups are undergoing asset management work, the facilities in particular. So I'm quite concerned about what will come out of that asset management work with respect to the facilities. Not concerned, but what I think it will highlight is the need that we're underfunded in terms of our facilities. Whether it's on a recapitalization type, replacing roofs and things like that, or just some larger maintenance type items. So again, major repairs, that we're going to need to embed somewhere, pick them up somewhere. So I'm concerned about that. Fleet and heavy equipment, I'm not quite as concerned about it, but what does concern me is the increase in costs of units. That, we've been managing that reserve all right, but costs of units are increasing, and so that concerns me, because I don't believe that the transfers to that reserve are going to, keep it sustainable. In one of these reserves, I think it's in the facilities reserve.
Yeah.
I almost don't want to, I almost don't want to go there, but it is in the fleet and heavy equipment reserve. So the reason I feel reasonable about it is because there is some significant increases going into that reserve starting in 2027. In order to have a balance of $600,000 at the end of 2028, we have to increase the transfers to that reserve in 2027 by $700,000. And again, and maintain that in 2028. So that means doubling the transfers to that reserve. In 2026, we're transferring in $626,000, and in 27, we're projecting needing to transfer in $1.3 million, a $700,000 increase. And we're not planning to drop that in 2028. That will be maintained. So, I don't know how realistic that is, that we would be able to keep that $700,000 bump in 2027. The other thing that, can come into play here is, as we experience surpluses, hopefully not too large, but hopefully something, so that there will be something that we can waterfall per our reserve policy into these reserves that will minimize the need, or will reduce how much we need to increase the transfer in a year like 2027. Because a $700,000 increase based on today's number is a 2% increase. for that item alone. So, so it looks okay, but what's the reality of us being able to to hold to that $700,000 in 2027?
Yeah.
Because if we don't, the reserve will be in a negative.
The
Yeah.
debt retirement facilities is one.
Yeah.
That's why there's a balance in
Yeah, and that's a good point, Charlene. Well, this in the facilities reserve, the only reason there's actually a balance in there is because we've transferred those debt retirements into this is not the fleet reserve, but in the facilities reserve. So without those transfers in there, there'd be a negative position in that reserve.
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of caught my eye was certainly the capital works reserve in 2028. There's no project money there at all, let's be honest. Our facilities reserve, as we know, that's an oncoming priority in our asset management program. That is the one component of our asset management plan. And I think the final component that we're going to be addressing going forward. So that's a real unknown. And we know we've got old buildings, and that's exactly what happened with the Memorial Arena, and that's, so yeah, that could come to bear. And then as well, our financial stabilization reserve, that's kind of our catch-all and our kind of saving our butt reserve at times. And yeah, so yeah, there are concerns there going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Exactly that. The other one is the financial stabilization reserve, and also the the new initiatives reserve at 360 looks pretty reasonable, but that's a grant for very specific, albeit very valuable projects. It's Evans energy. What's that? Climate action grant that goes in there, but it can only be used for that type of stuff. So, for example, the work that we're going to be undertaking with the childcare project, that should have come out from the new initiatives reserve. But there was no money in there to fund it from there. So it came out of the financial stabilization reserve. And that's not really the job of the financial stabilization reserve. The job of the financial stabilization reserve is to bump up your building permit revenue when those decline. But there isn't enough, there just wasn't enough money in it. So there's no money going into funding new initiatives. The financial stabilization reserve has been funding new initiatives because, so there's a definite need, like if we want to continue to address these $50,000, $60,000, $150,000 asks, we need to, be prepared to fund it. And currently we're not.
Thanks, Charlotte. That's invaluable insight. Certainly going forward, we see the challenge ahead of us for sure. Councillor Stetsky has a question.
Thank you. I guess the added challenges between now and 2028, inflation could eat away 25% quite easily of value of the money that's there. So if we're projecting for reserves, it would almost, I don't think we'll get there, but it'd be great if we could almost build an inflation factor into the amount we want in that fund every year, so that at least we're kind of staying where we are.
Yeah, excellent point, Councillor Stetsky, through Mayor Price. When I was working through the schedules last night, I was, and we've talked about this downstairs quite a bit, but the inflation factor we need to add is not 3%. It's like 10%, if that'll even do it. And we've had a number of things come together into a perfect storm, if you like, around our reserves and around our assets and asset management. I'm hopeful in that at least we're aware. At least the information is there so we can make good decisions, because what we had before was we didn't have information. We didn't have, we really didn't know what we didn't know. At least now we know more, and we will continue to increase our knowledge and increase our you know, the information we have about how we make decisions around assets, in particular around assets. Over the last few years, we've done so much work on identifying the gaps in our maintenance, in the maintenance work we do, in our recapitalization, and just how we handle our assets. Layered on top of that is this extraordinary inflation environment that has really taken this up to a whole new level. So it is a little bit frustrating from where we sit, in that we've done all this good work, and I'm not just talking about finance, I'm talking about engineering and public works, and everybody's out there doing really, really excellent work, and then, you know, you're stymied by what's happening in the marketplace. So now that's a reality, and we can't change that, but it is something I reflect on, and we would dearly love to have something strategic in terms of increases to the reserves, but I feel it's sort of a dual-fold exercise, in that we need to, what are we funding from the reserve? What is it we're targeting? What sort of things are we, do we need to have for sure? And then add an inflationary factor to that. And we're just now getting to have that robust information. So it is, yeah, it's frustrating, because we can see what we need to do, not fully clearly, because there's still pieces missing, like the facilities asset management plan. That one is going to be very interesting. And I understand that Caitlin out at Spray Irrigation, they're also doing the asset management plan out there. And in 2010, when we built that, that was over a $20 million build, funded mostly from grants. So that'll be an interesting asset management exercise, and life cycle costing plan that will come out of that. So yeah, so I agree, Councillor Stetsky. Certainly an inflationary item is piece would be helpful. Right now we're just playing catch up. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlotte.
So we have, again, the reserve fund matrix, if you like. I believe somebody referred to it like that the other day. Page 41 through 44. Charlene, did you want to say something about the minimums and the optimums? Or is that, where did you show me that? No, we have.
Oh, that was in the surplus.
Okay, so we'll wait until we get there. So unless there are any questions on the matrix? No? They need to be updated, I guess, is what I wanted to highlight. And there's a note later on in the package that provides a little bit more detail. Page 45 shows reserve contributions into each of the funds. And in 2024, we'll be contributing 14 million, and in 2028, we'll be contributing 15 million.
Charlotte, so just to be clear, 25, 20, those 5 years, they don't show any surplus.
Mr. Mayor, surplus is, we have a separate section on surplus, but
Well-
we try to, like surplus, we don't really allow surplus to grow.
Yeah.
If there is the first thing we do is make sure that there's at least the minimum is maintained in the surplus per the policy, and then we waterfall the rest.
Okay. But it doesn't show general fund surplus that you're anticipating for that year?
Not in the
No.
reserve section
Yeah,
here,
no,
no.
thank you.
No,
Yeah.
there is a page later on that talks to the surpluses.
Yep, thank you.
But I'm not sure if it's going to show what you're asking, so. Yeah, let me rephrase that. Are you asking about the 2022 surplus?
The 2022 surplus we'll see, right?
The 2022 surplus, it's spoken for.
It's spoken for,
Yeah,
but I'm saying in subsequent years, is the general fund surplus built into this?
our budget assumes equal revenue and equal expenses.
Thank
and
you
doesn't
very much.
budget
So
for
it is,
surplus.
okay, yes, thank you. Yep, good.
Okay.
Yep.
And the other thing to understand with, $15 million or $14 million into the reserve, over 3 million of it is the road program. The water fund is $1 million for the road program. The sewer fund is $1 million for the road program. So there you're at 5. And so that's already spoken for. Never mind whatever else is in here. So, 30% of your transfers into your reserves are already spent. And then there are all those other smaller, like the major repairs and things like that. And not all of this is funded from taxes. Some of it is funded from grants. For example, the old gas tax. I can't remember what the new name of it is, but the old gas tax, that's $1 million a year. So it's not all tax funded. It comes from a number of sources. And page 47 looks at withdrawals. I think fairly straightforward. Things look okay. And
Councilor Ray has a question, so if she could.
Thank you. Sorry, Charlotte, I'm jumping back a little bit. So back to the reserve fund balance matrix. Maybe more so for the public, there's a few reserves where we're not targeted to be at the optimum level. And I think it's great that you have outlined that. So capital works reserve, facilities reserve, we're not forecasting to be at the optimum level, financial stabilization, equipment and furniture reserve. And then I'm not sure about the ones that talk about needing a fully funded program. But anyways, I just think that's an important message for the public that, we are absolutely doing the best we can. We're very mindful of this, but we're not where ideally we would like to be in terms of these reserves. Like, it's a challenge.
Thank you very much for raising that, Councillor Ray. Absolutely. And when we initially brought in the policy, we said, we'll endeavor not to be below the minimum, but in some cases we are. So but thank you for raising that. So just back to page 47. In 2028, the budget has us withdrawing 19 million with a contribution of 15 million. So add it all up, the average contribution or the average withdrawal should exceed the average contribution. Which the graph highlights, as Charlene said, thank you, on page 49. And this, what I think this graph does really well is it shows that we are funding just barely what we need to fund. It's very clear that there's nothing built in here for, what if or future. What comes in 7 years, what comes in 10 years, what comes in 15 years. None of that is reflected in our contributions to our reserves. So page 51, just stop me and don't worry about going back, or if you think of something, I'm happy to go backwards or forwards, whatever you would like. So the capital works reserve on page 51, this is one of those I identified as it being extremely low. We're starting the 5-year financial plan with a balance of about 1.7 million. We're ending with a balance of $163,000. you can see, the project numbers. So IPD 001, the Capital Works Program, that's your annual road program. So that, excuse me, that's the annual allotment. This plan assumes a 1% increase every year. In the case of 2024, where you see the $400,000 from King Street, that has been mined, if you like, out of the annual road program. In 2026, IPD project 49, and then in 27, IPD 50, those are DCC projects. So anytime there's a DCC project in the bylaw, in the 5-year financial plan, it should be there. It has to be there because it has to match up with our DCC bylaw. But when that project actually happens is uncertain. So we have all the DCC projects in the capital plan, but whether or not they happen as I'm showing them is, I don't know. I don't know if it'll happen like that. It will depend on growth. And currently, when you see our DCC schedule, you'll see that most of our DCCs reflect a deficit because we don't yet have enough money in the DCCs to fund the projects that are in the bylaw. So when the time comes, if those projects need to happen as laid out here, we will need to find some other way of funding it and paying ourselves back from future DCCs. The other thing that our 5-year financial plan doesn't do is it doesn't budget DCC revenue. So it is a little bit maybe smoky around those DCCs because all we're showing is a correct opening balance. And then we show no revenue in the 5 years because we have no idea what we'll be collecting. Perhaps at some point, now that we have a solid bylaw and now it's going to be coming up for renewal, perhaps in a year or two we can start making some guesstimates. But those are risky as well because just like building permits, there tends to be an ebb and a flow with what happens with DCCs. So suffice it to say that if the money is there in the DCC fund, it will be used. If it's not there and the project must proceed, we'll have to find some other way of paying for it and then recovering the cost.
Councillor Stetsky.
I think you said earlier that there are at least 2 asset management plans being worked on. So once these are completed, which in theory would be within the next year, come the budget a year from now, there's likely to be an even longer list, I would think, of things that need to be worked on, taken care of.
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price, I would expect so. And I'm not sure how long it will, how long the asset management plan for the facilities will take, but okay. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, so I know there's a lot of emphasis being put on it, and I'm hopeful that whether it'll be completed by next year, I don't know, Councillor Stetsky, but I suspect that there will be additional information that will need to be embedded into the financial plan. So yes, and certainly out at the spray irrigation, Caitlin is working on that, and I would expect that there'll be something coming out of that shortly. If it's finished next year, I'm not entirely sure. Councillor Peabody?
Thank you. And Charlotte, I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but we're still on page 51 here. There's a public works yard security line item for $160,000. Is that for security cameras? Is that what that's for? Do you know?
I'm afraid I don't.
Yeah.
Can we? The gang downstairs, sorry, the team downstairs
Yeah.
are listening, and Melissa Smith can pull up the information she has on the project and provide us with that.
Okay, yeah, it's not an answer I need today. If
Yeah.
this seems like a large investment for something that we don't know a lot about.
Um, So, Councillor Peabody,
I believe it's like we're fencing and securing the yard a lot better because we're actually undergoing a fair bit of frequent theft in that yard, and it seems to be getting worse and worse. So we have to improve security with lighting, cameras, fencing. I'm not sure exactly the specifics of that project, but it's something that's been flagged for us.
so, oh, hang on. Yep, fencing around perimeter of aggregate storage lot, 2 new slide gates, alarms, motion detectors. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, so there are a number of projects through here as well. For example, the Public Works yard. In 2028, we're looking at the Kinsman Spray Park upgrades. In 2025, there's the Moyer Park Ball Diamonds, lighting and bleachers. And then Moyer Park Ball Field expansion in 2028.
Charlotte, if I could. We're talking about drawing these reserves down. Certainly the capital works reserve is a concern. That was the first one you indicated. And we're spending close to, $800,000. I mean, we're pulling out of that reserve for lighting and bleachers at Moyer Park. I really think we have to stay focused on critical projects, certainly till we're get a comfort level with our reserves. I don't believe that's a critical project at this point in time. You know, it's a nice to do. It would sure be nice to have. It would enhance things up there, but you know, that $800,000 in a reserve, let's be honest, at the end of 2028, it could be a bit of a game changer. So I'm actually opposed to that right now. Councillor Blissett, then Councillor Papa.
Well, also considering we're supposed to be doing a recreation plan, I'm not even going to get too wound up about what's in here for 2028 until we have a proper plan in place. And then we go from there. And then hopefully whoever's here has some input into what's going on versus a done deal. And I'm feeling that. Anyways, I'm not worried about recreation in the future because we'll have a plan going forward and then we'll go from there.
But I believe this is a time for input too. You know what we're doing here as well, so.
Not really having.
Councillor Blissett, I guess what I would say here is because while I don't advocate for, you know, dismissing year 5 or even year 4, I would say that, so this is planned for 2025. So it's a big project. So if there is opposition to it, you know, we need to know that because we are funding the reserves based on the projects that are in here. We're finding funding from the reserves. So if this $800,000 project was not going to proceed, and I appreciate the, you know, the hold thought until we have that plan. I appreciate that. But I think that if there is misgivings about the project, we should hear about it from council. And then maybe there's a, you know, maybe you push it out or because it, you know, we are trying to fund those reserves to make sure that we don't end up in a negative.
Yep. And we have had other projects like that, for example, the skateboard expansion. And we're saying that that's grant dependent. And, if we get a grant, great, so I think some of these things we could say grant dependent. You can be embedded in there, but I sure don't like them coming out of the reserve. This particular one, and Councillor Popoff may have additional
Thank you.
concerns.
And, here we're talking about a project for the first time at council and it's during a budget. I think we need to put the cart behind the horse and have the conversation first to alert council that there's a priority need to spend $800,000 for Moyer Park's lights before it comes to budget. So just a request. We shouldn't be hearing this first at a budget meeting. No offense to yourself, Charlotte, but it has to come through the normal channels through staff that we need this. Here's the rationale. We have that healthy discussion and then we say yay, nay, or whatever, and then it comes to budget after the fact. So it's the order that I'm having a challenge with here.
Councillor Peabody, through Mayor Price. Yeah, I'm hearing that. I think the other, sometimes what happens, or not sometimes, but what happens is some of these projects are like this. This is not like replacing the Vector truck. I would suggest to council that I would not bring forward a request to add a Vector truck to the budget. I wouldn't do that. It's part of the fleet management plan and it needs to be replaced. And so whereas this might be something different. So I'm not sure if council,
Well, I'll tell you, Charlotte, we're reviewing the process for next year anyway. So, I mean, it's put out there. So it's something for consideration next year. We are where we are today, with this year's, right? If we do have concerns, bring them forward now about specific projects, I think. But certainly the CAO Virtual has got identified, some changes next year to the process. And that could be covered off in the process. So Charlie, you had a comment? Yeah.
pardon me, I'm just, again, from downstairs. So this project has been in the budget since 2017.
Point is, we don't know about the merits of it. We haven't made decisions on this. And so like, if it's in the future, that I understand it being a placeholder, we've heard these things before, but I do feel at some point we should be discussing projects to know whether we should go ahead or make a decision on these things versus being just a done deal and then buried in, 100 and how many pages of stuff.
That's a problem.
Yes, thank you. And certainly, Charlotte, this isn't on you. I think it's more for staff. There's a line. If you have to replace a fire truck, you have to replace a fire truck. And that's really information to council. It's not really debatable. This is the other side of the line where, as we're discussing right now, we don't want to have a surprise at budget time. We need, through Mark and staff, to bring that forward to us in advance for that healthy discussion to then see if it's in the budget. So it's not on you, it's just back to staff.
Yeah.
Please reverse the process for the new things that are not your standard replacement pieces.
Thank you for Councilor Pop. Councilor Peabody, do you have a question? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that.
Excuse me.
One more
Sorry.
from Councilor
While
Pop.
we're on that line, the two lines below that have not been come to council either for any kind of information that we need replacements or something new in these parks. And now they're line items again for about $100,000 in 2025. So again, I think that might have been on the other side of the line that we should have been informed of in advance.
Just 1 minute, Councillor Popoff, through Mayor. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Thank you. Yeah, Melissa's saying those are DCC projects. I thought so too, but yeah, so we'll just take a look at those and because we have the new parks DCCs. But we'll just bring some information back for council maybe on December 13th on those, if that's all right.
Yep.
Okay.
That's good, Charlotte. Yeah, and they're not in 2024 anyways, but it will impact a 5-year for sure. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a look at it. 3, 4. So unless council has some questions about specifically relating to a reserve that I might just highlight, we're just going to pass by it and get on to something that's maybe a little, that I have a bit more concern about.
Yeah.
So the IT reserve has a reasonable balance of $296,000. Downtown parking reserve, and these are 2028 balances of $1,115,935. The fire mitigation reserve, $231,000. And then the fleet and heavy equipment reserve. So it opens up with a balance of $866,000 and it closes in 2028 with $622,000. Excuse me. And in 2024, we bring in $350,000 from surplus to boost that balance up. And then this is the one where we looked at in 2027, we increase the contribution from taxes by $700,000. And I don't really, I know that Tony and Evan are working on the fleet management plan. I've taken a look at the preliminary numbers around the asset values, what it might look like over sort of 20 years if we assume a 20-year life cycle. I know Tony's talking about maybe it's a 15-year life cycle. And so I think I don't know exactly what the right number is yet because I want to wait until they're done with the study that they're doing. But I believe the right number is certainly closer to 1.3 than it is to $600,000 transfer in annually. And the intent will be to have, so what we need to figure out is, because the fleet management plan deals with existing units that we own. If we have, I don't know, 200 units of all types of vehicles, those 200 units are reflected in some way or other in that fleet management plan, and we're funding the life cycle costing of that, whether it's through operations or through transfers to a reserve to replace the piece of equipment. In addition to that, we're getting, I should point out, we're getting really good results from our sale of used equipment, and those funds are going back into the reserve. So, so there are some benefits there. The other benefit that we talk a lot about when we talk about reserve funding is this idea that, and it's a balancing act for sure, but if you have a balance in your reserve, you earn interest. That's interest that you don't have to tax for because that interest stays in that reserve. So if the reserve has a basic balance of $2.5 million, let's say, there's some fairly, reasonable, certainly today, maybe not a few years ago, but it's worth that. It's worth doing that because even on a long-term funding model for something like linear assets where you might be looking out 100 years, there's a point where the majority of your funding comes from interest, not from taxes. But it's getting there. It's having that money sitting there and having it turn over and create the interest revenue so you don't have to keep funding it. And that's the long game. That's a really long game and doesn't necessarily apply to fleet and equipment, but certainly does apply to, in particular, linear infrastructure. So we have some work to do here as well. And again, we've talked a lot with council about the increased prices that we're seeing at the lots from the vendors. The Vector truck, I think, was in at, I don't know, 300,000 or 350,000, and it's now 450,000. Or, I mean, the prices have just really gotten high. There's hope, of course, that some of that will recede, but I'm not banking on it.
Councillor Teske has a question.
Take you back to page 55 for a minute, the downtown parking reserve. Curious as to how that got so healthy when annual expenditures are fairly small, and are we saving up for something big in the future or?
So the downtown parking reserve is funded from the net, what we receive for parking, less the expenses. So that's what you see going into the reserve every year. And I do believe that there is a downtown revitalization plan that has been done. So there's likely to be some projects that's going to be funded from this reserve.
Okay, so it can fund other things besides parking meter replacement.
Yes.
For sure. And in one of the new asks, there is a study to deal with parking, and that would be funded out of this reserve.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on page 61, we are showing the Moyer Park Development Reserve. We are showing the drawdown of $3 million, but we haven't yet shown, it's not reflecting the payback or the interest that will be transferred to the reserve starting in 2024. Councillor Bissett? Okay. Then
Councillor Ray has a question. Sorry, Charlotte.
Sorry, Charlotte, I wasn't quick enough on the draw there. So for Moyer Park, the $2 million is already out. Otherwise, it would be 2.9 million in 2024, showing in that column.
Yeah, so Councillor Ray through Mayor Price, it was actually the resolution was up to 3 million.
yes.
Yeah. So yes, if it was, if we hadn't done that, the balance would be 3,985,000. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thanks.
So on page 63 is the facilities reserve. Well, on page 63 and 64. We're opening with about $1.5 million and closing with $860,000. This was one of the ones I was taking a look at, whether, with an inflationary 3% would add $40,000 a year, 10% would add $135,000 a year. So, $40,000 wouldn't get us very far. But I'm also a little bit hesitant because I want to see what comes out of the asset management plan around the facilities.
Right. Councillor Popoff has a question.
Yes, thank you. I know you showed on page 39 that our facilities reserve looks pretty healthy, long going. For 2024, though, on this page 63, there's a couple items here that I don't know if we really, I know it's a reserve and we always say it's coming from a reserve, so don't worry about it, but eventually we have to tax back to top up the reserve. So the fire hall office renovations, Jarrow Park washrooms, library building flooring replacement on the first and second floor. I mean, that's $370,000. That can we really afford that this year? I know it's a reserve, but is that something absolutely critical, or is that something we can push out a little bit?
Councillor Popoff, I'm sorry, could you just, were there three?
Well, at the top of the list there's $50,000 for the fire hall admin office renovations.
Yeah.
Okay. Then a few lines down, there's the Jarrow Park washrooms.
Yeah.
These are all 2024. And then in the
Yep.
middle, there's library building flooring replacement, first and second floor. That totals $370,000 of from our reserves in 2024. I don't know. I think our budget this year is, is it critical or can we afford it? Or is it something we really shouldn't be? I know we're going to be raising taxes to top up our reserve. So it is a tax. Is that something we really can afford this year? Or can we push that forward a little bit? That's my concern.
Yep. Councillor Popoff through Mayor Price. Here's what I would suggest is that we would bring something forward on December 13th, providing additional details on these projects. And council could make a decision then whether or not it's something that they want to keep.
So thank you. So you're flagging these ones then and others that council are bringing forward?
I'm flagging these in particular, and if
Thank
there are
you.
others that council would like to discuss, I'm happy to flag those as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Cheryl.
Councillor Peabody.
Just to add to Councillor Popoff's list, maybe the Public Works ladies washroom and change room, whether or not there's like is there $100,000 solution as opposed to maybe $190,000 solution?
Councillor Stetsky?
Councillor Scansky, I'm sorry.
So you're making a list to get back to us on, or are you going to get back to us on everything? I'm just curious about the squash court refurbishment in Western Financial Place. I see people playing squash on it all the time.
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price. Trevor actually raised that in last week when he was here. And I believe there is like the floor needs the floor is needs to be refinished. It's a slip risk.
Yep.
People are slipping on the floor, and the wall has a big hole in it. And it's my understanding that you can't repair just the hole. You have to replace the wall. And I don't think that particular space has ever been refurbished. And I suspect that pardon me, Councillor Stetsky, I suspect that might come up in that asset management review, particularly around Western Financial.
Just curious because people are playing squash there all the time. So
The other, in speaking with Trevor, pardon me, Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price, I did talk to Trevor about this, and he was saying they're also using the squash court for other things, and people are in there drinking water. I'm not sure, I'm going to mess this up, I'm pretty sure of it, but the point is, if that floor gets wet, because the finish is gone off it, it will wreck the floor. So I can certainly have Trevor bring that forward on the 13th. Do you have a project management?
So
Right here,
got it. For clarification for council, they will be brought forward, the rationale will be brought forward, and it'll be up to council whether or not we want to approve these in the budget. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing from council.
Okay, thank you so much.
That's for the fire? Fire.
Yeah. Shit.
No, it's to cover the vehicles that are not currently covered, so they can park in. Yeah. I could get Scott to do details. Yeah. So Mayor Price, just for clarity's sake, I guess, thinking of the budget process, what I'm hearing from council is, you want to have more information on the individual items if they're new asks and if they're currently in the capital budget. And I'm just wondering if we reformat the process that there's a capital budget section and every single capital project gets either a go or no go from council rather than kind of pecking away at them here. Is that, it would be a day, would that be valuable? And is that what council would like? Because then we could, package the capital budgets and say, here's the ones in the 5-year plan, and here's the new asks for each department, and then council could say yay or nay at the end of each of those. And then, because right now we kind of present everything. And I guess that floor from the Western Financial is a good example because Trevor presented it, but now Charlotte's trying to represent it. It's not that good of a process. So I just think if we wanted to have a decision point on capital projects, we could pick a day and say, let's talk through the capital projects, the ones that are already in the 5-year budget but have come to the surface, and then the ones that are the new asks, and in each one get a resolution, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and that way we're clear.
Yeah.
Would that make sense, or is that too much?
That's a real good suggestion. I think that does make sense. Charlotte, I'm just curious. We used to do a capital detail sheet, you know, and the rationale would be there if somebody needed it, and then it'd be critical something. Remember the and it's so time consuming, and I feel sorry for finance. I mean, you know, for a director, you can see some of these would be overwhelming. Is that process not being utilized anymore?
Um, Mayor Price, so we're just having this discussion here that we used to go through all the capital projects, and then there seemed to be a decision that that's not what was wanted. We have not all the projects have those capital detail sheets, to be honest with you. You know, when unit number B39 needs to be replaced, I get a capital detail sheet that says replace unit B39. So, and at one point we had we printed out every one of those capital detail sheets, had them in binders down in finance, invited council to come and take a look at it, and nobody came to take a look at it.
Yep.
So I don't know what the answer is, Councillor Bissett.
That's a percent.
I guess the reason it's coming up is because we've just been listening to the dire situation for our reserves. Well, this is how we impact reserves directly. If we don't take it out, it's still there. But we are not making decisions on that. So I guess, you know, for me to decide whether you need this or that, I can't do that. But, you know, and as you say, when there's a binder downstairs, well, so I see a list of things. But what I want to know is if I'm being told we have to tax to fill reserves, which is what I'm hearing, then we better be looking at what's coming out of them and make some hard decisions on that. And so, and especially, you know, like, as I say, $130,000 garage for fire. I don't know, maybe that's reasonable. I don't know, it seems high, but you see where we're coming from here? Like, we're hit with a very large tax increase and no opportunity to make any decisions on these things. And then not only are we having a high tax increase now, we had a high one last year, we're going to have a high one next year, and it just goes on. And then when we push back a little bit, it's like, well, now we're getting into the weeds. I don't know I don't know what to do.
I think certainly CEO Virtuo's suggestion next year. It is what it is for this year, and I thank you, Charlotte, for, you know, allowing us to go into this, bring these forward, and we will discuss them at the next meeting and make some decisions. But certainly, and again, we do this every year. Every year, we you know, we modify the process and fine tune it. So you know, it's always evolving. So. Exactly. These concerns, we do have concerns. We got to find solutions and what we can do going forward for next year. And I mean, and that'll be at the top of the priority for sure. CO Virtual, then Councillor Popoff.
Just back to council, I just want to be clear that, you know, when we brought back the 8.6% increase, that was the cost to maintain all of the services that we currently offer. And so there is decisions that can be made within that 8.6. You know, as Councillor Popoff said, same like last year. If we don't increase for the 1% road tax, that drops it to 7.6. There's, you know, things we can do internally to, you know, use stabilization reserve for a shortfall in building, but or risk managing some of the RCMP budget. And then beyond that, like, you know, we can talk about reducing or eliminating services that would reduce those costs. So it's just, there is a lot we can still do. That was what we came back with to show council with the inflation everybody's experiencing. It's in the ballpark of what most other communities are looking at. Everybody seems to be in the 6 to 10% range. And so it's not unusual. It's just if we would like to be outside of that, what are the things we want to change? And that is a conversation council can have, for sure.
Thank you for that, Councillor Papa.
Yes, thank you. So when three of us were at least back doing our budgets in 2015, we were happy to, are we under 3%? And then, you know, the line by line items were not necessarily as critical as they are now. And we're talking about reserves, and reserves equals eventually having to tax to top up the reserve. So I think that's why we're line by lining it right now in some cases. Also, we started this exercise saying we're going to stay at the high level governance, and here we go. You know, so that could be a 12-13% tax increase. We can't do that at a high governance level when we're asking staff, what do you need? Instead, we have to be saying to staff, especially in these high tax times, which is caused by inflationary trends and not necessarily other reasons, what are the critical musts? And we have to change our conversation with staff coming forward with these high budget times. What are the absolute critical musts that we have to do to maintain the services? And on top of the services, what are those absolute critical musts? Or else we're going to be doing line by line again, saying, sorry, justify why you need $100,000 for this or $30,000 for that. So that's sort of the new world we're living in. I wish it was back to, are we under 3%? Yes, let's go. And Charlotte, you were there too at that time. So
Thank you. I think we're good. Go ahead, Charlotte. You got the floor.
Okay, so I have the following items. So the dry vehicle storage, satellite fire station, fire hall admin office renovation, gyro park washroom, library building flooring, public works ladies washroom and change room, and squash court refurbishing.
Did you get the?
Anything further, council?
Oh, yeah, and then the 800 in the other reserve.
More.
Yeah, the lights, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moyer Park ball diamonds. And the Moyer Park, did we talk about the ball field expansion? Was that an issue as well? Or was that just me that had highlighted that? Page 51 in 2028. That was, everybody was okay with that?
I would think that's dependent on what's going to happen with our recreation plan.
Exactly. Yep.
So perhaps how do we like to do some public comment?
I don't know.
We'll leave it off. Okay, so in the stormwater reserve, we are actually building a bit of a reserve, it looks like here, opening up with $173,000, ending with $764,000. And Charlene, this reserve is funded from the road tax, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And here's the new initiatives reserve. So in 2024, some of these are on your new asks, and we've indicated that they are already embedded in the budget. So the Fresh Start, Corporate Business Community Plan, Transit, and the Mayor's Task Force.
Councilor Passat.
Can I ask about this feasibility study for a multi-service building for fire and RCMP? That's in addition, that's $30,000 for 2024 under new initiatives?
Yeah, so I don't have the really solid details on this, but I do believe there was some discussion when we were talking about the RCMP station about doing that there was a study being planned to look at a multi-service building that would incorporate fire, RCMP, and maybe ambulance. I believe that came up at that meeting.
Well, but we didn't say, like, I mean, I don't know, we have a new fire hall that say, we're looking at renovating fire admin offices. And now we're also and we're like, there's a lot of balls in the air, I'm thinking, for a place for an office building for RCMP and fire right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure on the rationale on that.
Put it on your list, Charlotte. We can
Yep,
discuss it.
it's on
Thank
the
you.
list. Got it.
And as well, transit advisory services, I'm not sure we need to have $30,000 for that. BC Transit, I think, does their stuff. That was just an extra admin thing that got thrown out during the presentation. I questioned, in my head, I questioned at the time. But I mean, we had 7 hours of meetings and we just heard it. So.
I think what you're highlighting now, though, is the difficulty of not coming to a decision point on items rather at the same time as you're hearing about them. Because now, in order to properly justify them, it would be valuable to have the presentation up and it fresh in everybody's mind. Because then once the moment passes, then I think, to bring them back and talk about them 3 times is not as valuable. I think we should probably look at that as a stepped process. So, yeah. And, like the transit, we have no technical expertise on transit within the staff, and we're looking at perhaps moving into, some kind of regional transit services, and we got that study underway right now, and that.
But we're not paying for a regional transit service, and we do have, there is expertise with BC Transit and,
Well, yes, so there is and there isn't. They have expertise, but they're not driving the change that's going to benefit Cranbrook, and there's nobody representing the city's interest. It's just Transit's interest, and that's why Transit has not evolved for Cranbrook, as it has not evolved. And we've just in the last couple of years sort of pushed BC Transit, and we're making some progress. And now the next step is looking at some more connectivity, and so you've seen the changes that we've made so far, and that is direct result of having that contracted expertise on our side that knows transit, which we didn't have before. So that's what that is. Anyway, like I said, I think to me, it's just sounding like while the discussion is on the table with the presentation up on the board and the experts in the room, we should be making decisions at that point rather than coming back later and just hearing about it at the time. Like you said, 7 hours of straight meetings and you've heard about it all, but yeah.
Good.
I have the feasibility study on the list and transit.
Yeah, and then Councillor Ray has a comment.
So I'm just looking at what I think is the latest update of the new budget requests. And so for 4 of those, it aligns with what we have in the chart regarding the new initiatives reserve. So the transit service, the continuity plan, fresh start project, mayor's task force, those are all on the new budget requests. The climate action plan, multi-service building, EV charging plan, I'm not seeing those on the new ask list. So is there a reason why they're not on the new ask list? Maybe they're not new asks.
Yeah, they would have come through a different stream than the new ask did, and I just don't have the details on when those were received, whether they were received last year or
Okay.
I'm just not sure, Councillor Ray, I'll have to check that.
Okay. And a follow-up, if I may, these are small dollars, but I'll just ask the question. When we reviewed or had the presentations regarding the mayor's task force and the Fresh Start project, there was some overlap between those two. So the Fresh Start project, I believe around the showering facility was also referenced in the mayor's task force. So I just found there was a bit of overlap there. And there was an item like in the mayor's task force around stationery. And I just wonder, I don't know if the mayor's office has a standing budget that includes stationery, and could that stationery be used for the task force? Hey, I support the task force, but I think, there was a bit of overlap between the Fresh Start project, the mayor's task force, and I wonder if there's overlap between the mayor's task force proposed budget and if the mayor has an existing budget that part of which could be used for sort of day-to-day things like stationery for the task force.
So am I hearing we want to talk about the mayor's task force as well?
I think that the mayor task force is pretty straightforward. I guess the Fresh Start project.
Yeah, so we did do, I think Marcel did her presentation on the Fresh Start project on,
That was the showers and
yeah.
whatnot. So that's a separate, right?
yeah.
Yes. So
Just to clarify, though, there was mention of the Fresh Start project included in the mayor's task force, which just created a bit of confusion for me because it was mentioned in two places. So I just wonder, maybe somebody could have another look at, it's a small item.
Yeah, so I guess I could just say quickly, the Fresh Start is simply a contribution towards a much more expensive project. So it's the city's portion, like a very small contribution over the overall cost of the, at a like kind of a one time where it's going to have a capital and operating cost that's considerably more than that. The mayor's task force is the body that is going to come together to do the work of designing and building the strategies go forward and the meetings and all of that. So completely two different things. One is just simply a cash contribution towards a project, and the other one is, the mayor's task force may or may not support that outcome, in terms of going forward and how, like the strategies we're looking at going, modeling, say like the DART program in Prince George, having, a group of folks that are contracted to run and operate it that are recovering addicts. There's a lot of things around it that are not included here, but they may be coming out of that'll facilitate that would come out of the mayor's task force. So I guess there's linkages, yes, but just think of that Fresh Start as simply a cash contribution towards a project, and the other one is the actual mayor's task force.
thank you. Floor is yours, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mayor Price. So Transit Advisory Services and Fresh Start and Mayor's Task Force. Is that right? Okay.
Councillor Stetsky.
So Councillor Ray, do you need more information? Because those are two very separate projects in my understanding of them. They weren't interrelated. The task force for the mayor was quite different from a Fresh Start initiative.
Just my feedback, and maybe just a take forward, is in reading the documents for each of those, there was overlap in the written description between the two. So I'm just saying, yeah, if I get it, they're two separate projects, we should just make sure the written descriptions reflect that they're two separate projects, that we're not duplicating between the two. That's all.
For council, I actually think that the descriptions of those projects are in your package from the December or from the November 7th and 8th meetings.
Yep.
So do we still need, on these ones that are sitting in this reserve, do we still need to bring back additional information on those, or is the information in your package sufficient?
I've got enough information to make a decision on for sure, yeah.
How about we can have we can have the folks who wrote them be here on the 13th.
100%.
So we just heard them. We sat there and we listened. And I think some people had some concerns about some of the things they heard, but there wasn't really any, we weren't making a decision on them. We weren't asked to make a decision on them. And so now we're saying, okay, well, maybe we would like to make some of those things we maybe want some input into. It's not so much, some information with it, but the thing is, it's more about whether we get a say in this or it's a done deal.
So I think there's been some misunderstanding, Councillor Blissett, through Mayor Price. So not every project you've identified that you want to hear about has been identified as a new project, but certainly the new projects, we've identified them as such. There's paperwork in your file to support them. They were spoken to on November 7th or 7th, I guess it was. And so I guess I'll take responsibility for not highlighting the fact that ask your questions. The people are here now, ask your questions. And we did talk about that these items would be decided on at the December 13th meeting.
So we are going to.
Yes. On the new asks, but some of the projects you've highlighted tonight are not part of that. But we will embed those, the ones you've highlighted, into the new asks memo that we will review on the 13th and have the folks there, or have the people there, sorry, who are responsible for those projects so they can answer your questions.
Yeah, good point, Charlotte. So add those two and we can make a decision at the next date. We can beat it up all we want here today, but we'll make the decision at the next meeting. Yep, Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. So Charlotte, just to clarify, the projects that we're picking out here, they're moving out of the regular budget and into the new ask category. And then we'll vote on each one.
Councillor Peabody, how I envision it is, I'm not going to make any changes right now.
Mhm.
We will bring forward the item in the new asks or the decision package memo, just like we did last year. You'll have a description of the project. There'll be a value, where it's funded from, and a resolution at the bottom. And the person who has put the project forward will be there to answer your questions.
Gotcha.
On December 13th. And then if council decides not to include it in the 5-year financial plan, it will be removed.
Yeah. And sort of going with what CEO Furcho was talking about, how instead of going through each individual line item, I wonder if the first budget item where we do have staff come to council and do their presentation, if that's the time for us to go through what they're requesting and say, well, okay, let's move this to the new ask, and let's move this to the new ask, and then get more information on those specific items maybe at the later date as opposed to this meeting.
Councillor Peabody, I mean, we're open to whatever makes it, comfortable for council and whatever makes council feel like they have the information they need to make the decisions. Part of the reason for a couple of things have happened. All of this used to be in 2 days. We're glad it's in 3. That's working well for us as well. This year also it got moved into 2 separate weeks. So things are a little bit more disjointed than they otherwise would have been. So what the intent has always been with the new asks is to put it in front of council in the presentations. Now, there was a little bit of maybe some misunderstanding this year with those presentations, but the information is there. The information on all the department's capital projects are in the section that you receive for the department. We don't highlight every project. We talk to you about the big projects, and that's your opportunity to then talk to us and say, ask the questions. I'm unhappy with this, or show up at the council meeting having identified a project in the list that you have for the department. Say, you know what, I don't understand this project. Can you please talk to me about this project? Because not every project that is new gets a new ask. We try to identify ones that we think you don't, that you would be interested in making a decision on, so that you don't have to make a decision on the 100 projects that come in and get embedded into the financial plan. So if I've erred on what I'm bringing forward to you, that's on me. It's me who makes the decision, well, and in consultation with Mark about what might be a new ask. So some of these, things that are considered sort of regular, and maybe not all of them maintenance type, or something that's been in the budget since 2017, I don't think it's up for discussion. I wouldn't have brought something like that forward. So if we need to change our approach to highlight on day one that here are the projects for this department, and we actually took them out of the presentations this year so that the presentations wouldn't be so long, and had the information available for council to review and bring forward questions on when the department was there speaking to their presentation or anything in their department section. So if it's on me if I'm not making that clear enough, that's your opportunity the people are here, the people who have put the projects forward are here for you to ask the questions of. So I can see that, I can see that I haven't done a good job in communicating that to council, that when the people are here, ask the questions, and then we'll come back on December 13th and make some decisions. And if there's anything you're unhappy about, we can have a more robust discussion on the 13th.
Yeah, and appreciate you taking that on, but it's not on you. It's on the group here. You know, let's be honest, that we had them here. We didn't ask the question, so it is on us. Okay, so you know we can talk about what's happening now with these, and you know we can go through it and our concerns, point them out. You can make your list, but you know what we're going to do, what we're going to change. You know, I think we beat that up tonight. CO Virtual has pointed out that we are definitely going to make some changes, and we had intended on making changes next year anyways. So I think, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. This is where we are right now, and yeah, we'll make the changes, you know, in the off season here, right? So I'm going to go with Councillor Stetsky, Councillor Peabody, Councillor Ray, and then I think we're going to have a probably suggest we have a break.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick comment. In terms of the process, as long as the new asks are clearly identified as we go along, and we have an opportunity to vote on them at the end, I think that's the appropriate process because then we can see the big picture.
Thank you. Councillor Peabody, then Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlotte, what would be the issue with starting our budget process with this meeting? Sort of get our feet wet with the budget, get an idea of what we're looking at, you know, sort of discuss some of these things, and then have the budget with the directors, or the meeting with the directors come for the second meeting.
Nothing. There, Councillor
Okay.
Peabody, there would be nothing wrong with that. My thought of it was always that because all the projects, now you're seeing them in the reserves. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, you've heard from the departments, you've heard about the projects.
Yeah.
We're not having the discussion about the projects now that we're into the reserves. That's always been my thought process around this. The discussion with the people who put the projects in happens when they make their presentation. They're going to talk to you about the projects. If there's another project you're interested in, you'll ask about it so that when we're having this discussion, you already are familiar with the projects that you have interest in.
Yeah.
That's the thought.
Yeah. Because I think for me, like in that first meeting when all the directors are here, like I almost hold back some of my questions because it's such a long meeting and there's so much material to go through that it's like, okay, like I'm more or less taking that as like an information session as opposed to a debate of like, as far as like which projects we're going to approve and which ones not to. But if we do like this meeting first, you know, then we can almost preload the directors with the questions that we want to ask. I don't know, might be a better process.
You know what I think, Councillor Peabody, I think let's give it a try.
Yeah.
Let's see if that creates a level of comfort for council that you maybe feel you don't have now. The only thing I would say is like, you know, so you might, if you have a question about a project, we'll have to wait.
Yeah.
Until the group gets here.
Yeah.
To answer a lot of those questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
I'm thinking along the same lines. It's sort of this thing of big picture, more granular, and what do you start with, the chicken or the egg? So I think this is a really good conversation. I mean, I think it's good that around the table, there's definitely a heightened awareness around that taking projects out of reserves is not an easy answer, the sense that we also need to be carefully stewarding reserves. So I think that's a good news that we're all very aware of that. But yeah, I think excellent conversation about, which side of the chicken or the egg side do you start on?
And thank you for that, Councillor Ray. And just like, until we try it, right, we won't know.
Thank you. And with that, can I get a motion to recess for 15 minutes? Councillor Stetsky, Councillor Peabody, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. I now reconvene the meeting. I'll hand the floor back over to Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've handed out a copy of a document that describes or explains what makes up the 8.6. And so we did go through this in detail on November 8th. And the general increase at the bottom of $2,502,000 ties in with the number on page. Um,
14% benefits. Wow. Benefits, eh? Oof. Well, that's our work safe, right? Bills, Sarah. Oof.
Yeah, the 2.5 is the 8.6. It looks a little bit different than it did last time because our schedule at describing the 8.63 tax levy increase was formatted a little bit different. So it ties into the number that was presented with last week's package. So I'm just going to try and find my way back to that.
Sorry. Councillor Ray?
This was the item that I'd asked about, and I get it might just be the way the numbers are arranged, but this is 2.5 million, and on the tax levy sheet, it's at 2.7 million. So that's where I was asking, hoping, is that discrepancy, was that going to result in a decrease? in
Yes,
the
and
proposed tax rate?
that was the discussion last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find my way back to, it wasn't 207, Marnie. Did I take it out? 201. Yeah, but this is 201. No. If we can just continue, I will find my way back to it. Sorry about that, Councillor Ray. So if council doesn't mind, I would like to just finish up the reserve section. And the financial stabilization reserve, we've already had some discussions about that on page 69. So, you know, we're not really using this reserve in the right way. This is not showing the things that have been processed through in 2023. It picks up in 2024. So this reserve is intended to be a reserve that, you know, protects our revenue streams like building permit fees when they dip. And we can access this fund as we're talking about doing this year. So there's really no sort of sustainable funding of this reserve. And I would suggest that if there is a surplus at the end of 2023, we waterfall some money into this reserve. The community gas tax reserve, that's funded by the.
Oh, Councillor Pop-Up has a question.
Sorry, Cheryl, I know you're trying to fast track through it. I don't see on the new budget requests the social development coordinator coming from financial stabilization reserve. Did I miss it? We've approved that?
Mhm.
Yeah, it was approved.
That's a
last
multi,
week.
we already covered that.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, okay, thank you.
So the community gas tax reserve, as I mentioned, is funded by the, this is an old title. It's not called community gas tax anymore. It's Community Canada Building or something like that. Pardon me.
Councillor Brissette.
Thank you. So back to this financial stabilization reserve, there's the COVID grant at 77,000 and we're not using it for anything? According to this? Are we?
Councillor Blissett, through Mayor Price. So yes, there's $77,000 sitting left over of that $3.8 million. And it's showing that that work was going to be spent, or that money was going to be spent on the finance front area rework. That's been pushed out to 2025.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was, in terms of protecting the front end staff, and so that's why the
Okay.
COVID money was selected.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing more to say about page 70. Parkland acquisition reserve, small balance in there, $402,000, very restricted use of those funds on page 73. So the land sales reserve or the capital lending reserve on page 75. Yeah, so that the balance in that fund is contingent on receipt of funds from elsewhere. So not time will tell if $1.5 million is the balance in 2028. Equipment and furniture reserve on page 77. So one item just in here, so we're opening with a balance of $440,000, closing with a balance of 120. This satellite fire station, new equipment, $200,000. I mean, it's out there because the satellite fire station is out there, so that's unlikely to happen.
Councillor Papa.
Thank you. So again, towards the bottom of the page of equipment and furniture reserve, we have the Rotary Park, playground equipment, bleachers and replacements, and additional soccer nets, and an Idlewild Park outdoor fitness park. I don't know, again, these are reserves, but they're taxes. I just don't think our budget can afford those this year.
Councillor Popoff through Mayor Price, is this, so would you like staff to come and speak to them, or would you like staff to consider removing them?
Well, I think when you create your list there with your stickies, those might be some stickies that I think staff need to justify why those are absolute musts this year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Brissette.
Along that line, the auto extrication replacement, I mean, it's $120,000. If there's any way not to have it, that would be good. But I don't know if that's a real possibility or not.
I would think, just from my experience, it's a critical replacement. Yeah.
So again, bring back staff to speak to that. Okay. Councillor Stetsky?
Just curious what a reversible vibratory plate is.
The what?
Would you like someone to come and speak to that, Councillor?
No, I'm just curious. I've never
Okay.
heard the term.
Oh, so did you hear Director Matika?
Yeah.
So now we're at capital reserves for water, page 79. Any items for I wasn't going to go through them in any more detail. Any items for discussion? Okay. Page 81, sewer capital. same comment. Yeah, so thank you, Charlene. So at the bottom, you'll see the total amount set aside for desludging by 2028 is $3,220,835. Solid waste, we've already spoken about that, needs a little bit of work. And then there is AIF and airport capital.
Councillor Blissett?
I did wonder, when I saw this earlier too, relating to the service truck for new lift station Shadow Mountain. So is Shadow Mountain paying for that, or are we paying for that?
Councillor Blissett through Mayor Price. Initially, we will pay for it, but we will recover it through fees from Shadow Mountain.
Okay, thank you.
Good, good.
So that finishes reserves. And we've already had a discussion about the DCCs. You can see that we're showing negative balances in all but one at the end of 2028. And so that's an area for evolution as we move through the various stages of our DCC projects. So next on page 101 is the accumulated surplus for the general fund, water fund, solid waste fund, and the airport. So in 2024, the opening balance is fairly high as a result of carry forwards from 2023. And then the reserve levels out at 2.9 with a small dip in 2028 to 2.7. So we are close to our minimum in the reserve, or in the surplus rather. And down at the bottom on the left-hand side, you'll see that Charlene has run some calculations that near the end of the current 5-year financial plan cycle, we will want to adjust those minimums and optimums based on 1 to 2 months of the target of 1 to 2 months of our operating expenses. But for the time being, they're being left where they are. So the water fund at the end of 2028 is projected to have a $1.1 million balance, slightly above its optimum of 825. The sewer fund is slated to have $1.2 million, up from its $700,000 optimum now, but at that time, we're expecting that the optimum will be 1.17 million. So the balance that's projected for 2028 is appropriate. Solid waste fund is $385,000 with an optimum at that time projected to be about 500,000. And then the airport is a bit of its own beast. So now we're, any questions, Mayor Price?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So now we're with the new asks, and Councillor Ray, you're right. I see that there's a few that have been missed for the tax implications. Some of it I know is because some of these came in a little bit later, but some of them were an oversight. My apologies for that. We'll get that fixed up. And I can also see, I'd like to add the desludging reserve to this as well. While it's not tax dollars, I'd like to get a resolution from council to have that, to start building that reserve. And that also, Councillor Peabody will speak to the the security of the reserve, having a council resolution around it. So Mike's going to speak a little bit about a couple of his projects on here, or a couple of the projects from engineering. And yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, 103.
Okay, Mayor and Council, in light of some recent discussions that we've, had with finance and with our team and looking at where we are at a tax levy, we are going to be pulling a couple of these asks, and what we're going to do is just find a venue for later consideration with council. A couple of the asks, and those are the ones that are highlighted in blue. The original intention for those asks was to look at grant-funded redevelopment opportunities or grant-funded development opportunities of city-owned property using the land sales reserves. As CFO Osborne recently indicated, there's uncertainty with that land sales reserve. So we don't want to be moving forward with anything that's going to lead to any further uncertainty. The intention that we want to look at partially with that land sales reserve is to find net positive return on investments. So there's been talk about how can we create some economic revenue or create some returns on our on those reserves without taxing for them. The land sales reserve is one of those that we do have that ability to look at city-owned land that's underdeveloped or underdeveloped, either do something with it, develop it, or get some more revenue from it. We're not there yet, and we don't want to be pushing forward with something that has a little bit of uncertainty given the reserves aren't available. So that would be the investment readiness and the history center grounds redevelopment. Should the funding stability within that land sales reserve become more certain during the 2024 budget year, and we come up with a more robust business case, then we will look at bringing something forward to council for a specific resolution if we do see a solid opportunity to leverage funding for grant funding that would show a return on investment to the taxpayers with that funding. The other item in there for consideration, it's a smaller item, but it does show as taxable, is the revitalization and beautification for $50,000 with a 5-year program. Similarly, this is something that we were looking to, kickstart some of the redevelopment plans downtown related to beautification, as we know that the infrastructure investments are going to be a long-term and a long slog. Similarly, we were going to be looking at having that work take place on city-owned lands, such that we would be able to leverage that land sales reserve for beautification grants. We've got grant funding for the small parkette next door to us with a CBT. It was look to leverage some of those low-hanging fruit. Even though it is a fairly small number, and given council's, very robust look at the, the tax implications, we will leave it up to council to look at it and say, is it worth the 0.15% taxes, or is it just worth it for us to sit back and wait and see if we can leverage land sales reserves to utilize that? We are meeting with the Downtown Business Association. We have doubled down on some efforts to look at getting a business improvement area, and part of that would be looking at some of this funding to partner with them on some of these projects, so we can make downtown more vibrant quicker without having to sink the millions of dollars in infrastructure funding. So that's just providing a little bit of background on those 3 items.
Thank you, Councillor Popoff.
Yes, thank you. So revitalization, beautification, $50,000 was one of the very few things that was on my go forward list on this page. I think that's a piece that was in our strategic planning, our strategic priorities, beautification of our strip and our downtown, and I see this as a good start. So, I mean, discussion for council, but for me, that's one of the things I think we should keep on it. There's other ones on this list that I have other issues with. So,
Councillor Bissett?
Thank you. I would think we should be able to find $50,000 within. I don't think we should have to tax for it. My concern is that we've spent, we had the big revitalization plan, and we want to do this. But I'm really concerned about our tax increase and the impact on our businesses downtown. And I'm sorry, but all our revitalization efforts are worth nothing if we don't have businesses. And they have to compete with Amazon. They have to compete with Walmart and those other businesses, and particularly, you know, the online business. So I really think we have to do everything we can to keep this tax rate as low as possible in order to move ahead with downtown revitalization and to support our local economy. Because those online merchants aren't being impacted by this kind of tax increase.
Well, how much?
So, I mean, this is small, but I do think whatever we can, I mean, and also, is this part of the 8.6 or is this in addition to the 8.6?
Council Bissett, that would be in addition to.
Yeah, so basically, I don't want to agree to anything in addition to 8.6. That's my initial position here. And I'd be like, well, you've got to find it from within on that. That's where I'm coming from at this point in time.
That's one question. Charlotte, how much flexibility do we have on the parking reserve for as far as revitalization and because it all? Can we stretch it that far?
Mayor Price, as long as the work that's being done is done within that area covered by the map, then we can use it.
Okay. That's something to think about. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ray.
Thank you. So just to double check, Mike, you're pulling investment readiness and the History Center grounds out?
Yes, that's the intention until we can, repackage business cases and bring them forward, during mid-year, once we know some more certainty with that land sales reserve. The intention is that we wouldn't have moved forward with these projects either way without coming forward to council, knowing that we want to leverage grant funding, not just use this money.
And a follow-up, regarding the revitalization and beautification, you're not pulling that at this point, you're leaving it for the December meeting, I presume, to council make it?
Yeah, the intention is just to, and now that Mayor Price has brought up the potential to utilize that with the parking reserve, then maybe it's looking at the alternative source of funding, but keeping it in there. We do agree that we do need to have something in there to get some stuff moving forward, and I believe that could be a very proper alternative source.
Just one more quick follow-up, if I
Yep,
may.
you bet.
I know we talked about beautification, but I'm just looking at our strategic plan now, and beautification, it's as a separate item, is not in our strategic plan, just for awareness. Okay.
Councillor Stetsky.
If I might, just on that item, the revitalization item, it's $50,000 a year for 5 years.
Councillor Stetsky.
So I think the final vote on these will be in December then. So we're just discussing today whether we're initially comfortable with them or not.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with $50,000 going to Blitzville. But I think we need to remember that if we take, the biggest decision is whether or not we take the 1% road tax off, which brings us down to 7.63%, and whether that then gives us some room to include some of these without ever going past potentially 8.63. So
I guess something to consider, we took the 1% off last year and, it's a slippery slope here 2 years in a row. Right? It was there for, and I totally understand where you're at, Councillor Stetsky, but we're going down the slippery slope once you start, using that to pay down your rate. I'd be a little guarded, Councillor Papa.
Thank you, Mayor. And on that note, Mike, will you be speaking to that on the next council meeting about the 1%? The additional 1% tax on the road program?
Councillor Plopoff, through the mayor, absolutely. We provided a presentation last year during the budget process on what our sustainable funding levels needed to be. Today, Right now, that still stands for the road funding at $5.7 million to maintain what we have right now. We're not there. And if we take away that dedicated tax, we won't get there. We can do the best that we can to inform council on what that reduction in levels of service, but it would essentially mean we would be letting roads get worse before we take care of them. So that's to maintain things as they kind of stand out there today, which we feel is it meets a fairly standard levels of service based on prioritization for priority roads, arterial roads, collector roads. The local roads are pretty beat up and they're going to stay that way. It would only lower that level of service a little bit more if we were to withhold.
Yeah, and I think too, Mike, is that the public has come to accept that 1% for roads. I mean, you know, you look at the geological impact, you know, to our roads here, and you know, we are in a unique situation there, and so the public has accepted that, and I think that, you know, looking back, that they feel that's one of the better decisions councils have made over the years. So yeah, Councillor Stetsky.
Yeah, I think it's also important for the public to know how much money is still there and will be used on roads, even if the 1% isn't added to it. Because it almost comes across as, well, if we kill the 1%, there'll be no money spent on roads. Not true at all. So we need to know how much is going to be there without the 1%, what would be there by keeping the 1%, and potentially what won't be done by that 1% not being added to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a growing factor when it's compounding like that. You start missing years and you get behind. Councillor Ray.
So I know we're going to discuss and make decisions regarding the new asks in December, but I would just like to float something and maybe see what Charlotte's thoughts are on this. So the library, of course, is an invaluable service to our community. There's no question about that. So from my recollection, I believe there's about $30,000 of what I would call new asks. I know it's not here as a new ask. I don't know. It was a budget increase, I think, that was in the budget for about $30,000. And then in addition, there's about $30,000 that's in the new ask category. At the same time, we know the library, which is wonderful, is very fortunate to have received a provincial grant that's $300,000 and change. That sounds like it kind of covers the next couple of years. And I know the library board has budgeted at this point for that grant to be used for strategic projects and whatnot. You know, I'm wondering, just thoughts on a couple of options. One, if council were to vote to decline the new ask that's on this list and indicate to the library board they would have the option of pulling those funds out of their grant. But also for that new $30,000 that's embedded in the budget, they would also have that option to pull that money out of that grant. I realize, and my thought is just that this is, I'm hoping this is a particularly challenging year for budgeting. And I would hope interest rates would be going down and hope perhaps inflation will be going down, that future years would be a little less challenging. I realize that if we were to go down the road I've kind of outlined in a year or two, when that grant is done, and if their operating funding does not increase from the province, we'd be looking at potentially a significant jump then in the ask from the library. But I'm just wondering if there's value in this year saying, we're so pleased you got that grant. We'd like you to utilize some of that to cover this, what amounts to about $60,000 all total ask. But we would need to then be aware for future years, there'd then be a bigger jump in what the library was asking in terms of from the city budget. So I'm just, again, I know it's a small part of the tax, but I think it's important to think about this, knowing that the library is very fortunate to get this $300,000 plus grant.
Councillor Ray, through Mayor Price, you know, yes, they have the grant and they put the grant aside. And yes, they can use the money to fund some of the asks that they have put forward for council's consideration. And yes, you're very likely to see an increased ask from them in the future if this doesn't happen. You know, we talk about levels of service, and I agree the library is a wonderful, wonderful place. It wasn't always open as many hours as it is now. So, you know, if there really are desires for savings, is that something council wants to look at? Permanent savings, as opposed to asking them to draw down, you know, or and ask them to do both. Draw down the grant, and then not be open as many hours as they are.
Supplementary, yeah.
Yeah, my ask was not around decreasing service levels. It was just, yeah, drawing, I think they have a unique opportunity potentially to draw $60,000 potentially from their grant, which I think would still leave about $300,000 there. But council would have to be mentally ready for then a bigger jump, because we would be funding less this year and we'd have to, when that grant is over. And if other funding sources haven't increased, we just have to be mentally ready to approve a bigger jump in a future year.
Councillor Steske.
So the city has a responsibility to fund the library. And the other $30,000 ask, if that's the right number, and sorry, I can't confirm one way or another, is that part of sort of our obligation to fund the library? I'm sure this 31,000 isn't, it's over and above. But was that first 30,000 part of our requirement?
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price, there's no legislated level of funding for the library from a municipality, but they are a municipal library. So the city of Cranbrook is responsible for funding them. You know, the level of funding you provide will dictate the level of service they provide. We'll stop.
So Charlotte, the new budget request, just so we're clear here. If everything on this page is accepted, that's a total of 3.1% in addition to the 8.6. Is that pardon me, 3.7%, 7.1. For the total that we'd be at a 12.31 tax increase. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
Remembering that Mike took off 2.13% off the list already, off of that.
I put it at 1.43. Took out the point. I took out the 0.15 for revitalization and beautification, which I realize is not a given, but we're talking about the parking reserve. So 0.29, 0.30, 0.08, 0.10, 0.15, and the 0.51 for the memorial. That I get that at 1.43.
That's the new revised.
For these current new asks, but I think Charlotte was maybe going to add some of it. We need an updated version, I think, of the new asks list.
This one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, so
Yeah.
this one's okay.
I think I'm at 10.03. Is that?
Pardon me?
10.03. Are we leaving the revitalization in?
Okay,
In which case I'm at 10.18.
Well, she did 109. I was looking at everything that was on here.
Yeah.
Everything.
And then
that's in there.
taking away the 2.13.
I'm sorry.
So 8.6 plus 3.71.
Oh, you're adding the new asks to the.
Yeah, is that not what we're doing?
I was just adding up the new
Yeah.
asks.
Oh, the new asks.
Are we
yeah,
on the
so
same page?
sorry.
1.43% new asks if we take out the revitalization?
3.71, right? Yeah. So 1.58 and leaving in the revitalization? Yeah,
No.
so 1.58.
Oh, I took it out, but sure.
Plus 8.6.
10.18.
10.18?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Business multiplier.
Councillor Bezat.
I was wondering, in looking back at this page and what makes up the 8.6, so a very large, well, there's the big no, so at the top, there's the wages. And then you've got that increased department contingency. So that's $50,000. So how much is that in total, Charlotte? Is that just for two departments or is that for two? So that's $100,000?
Pardon me, Councillor Bissett, that's the total between the two.
Oh, the total. is
25
50.
for RCMP
Oh,
and
okay.
25 for finance.
Okay, so then, and then moving down, okay, we can't do anything about benefits, but on the municipal policing, are we funding? Do we have the policemen, the RCMP officers there to use up that salary or no?
Utilization is below the 26, which we're funding around 21.
So is that what the 5.9 million is, or like, is there any wiggle room on that, I guess is what I'm asking?
Well, that's what I was suggesting was in the past, we've risk managed the policing contract.
Yes.
And that could be done again. We need to understand that we have contracted for 26,
Yeah.
we've actually contracted for 30,
But
so
we've
let's
done it
keep-
every year successfully.
We've done it most years, yeah, for sure.
So I would suggest that that's something that maybe you could tell us what we could do with that. And maybe an area that we could save some money on, just looking at those expenses. I'm assuming the rest of it, I don't know that, other than maybe, I don't think we can get rid of any software contracts or contract services. Some places tend to do that kind of thing when they're trying to economize. But I'm just thinking that might be an area where we could save some money and then move forward that way, rather than going, because we, like, as you say, I don't know that we've ever funded fully 26, have we?
We have, but it's quite a few years ago.
Right,
Yeah.
so I think that this maybe isn't the year to do it, would be my suggestion.
Council Bissett through Mayor Price. And I mean, we did discuss it last week, that there is currently halfway through the police's fiscal year, a pretty hefty surplus building up, suggesting that there is room for risk managing it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mayor Price. So just for council's information, the Winter Blitzville is new, added with the decision package submission behind the new asks. Just back to Councillor Ray, pardon me for, I didn't mean to point, I'm sorry. The $2,502,000 at the bottom, if you add the non-market change of 275,000, you end up at the 2,777,000. Yeah. And then just the final pages are the municipal taxes with the road dedicated tax. So Councillor Stetsky, you were asking about the how much is the road dedicated tax? But this number that you're seeing on page 107 does assume the 1% is added. And yeah. And then we've repeated the tax levy final page at the end of the package on page 109.
Certainly, you can see when you're looking at the dedicated road tax and 1%, you take a year off, it's pretty significant moving forward. So caution again.
Okay, so next, so we'll do a few little fixes to that one pager. Thank you, Councillor Ray, for pointing those out. We'll get those out. We'll get it out to the public. Was there anything else? I'm sorry, was there something at the beginning of the meeting, some other suggestions about that document? Oh, yeah. Charlene was suggesting, I think it's a good idea that we would add, because of course in the 8.6 is the 1% road dedicated tax. So make some reference to that up here. I think would be a good idea. Thank you. Okay, so those that will go out either tonight or tomorrow. Okay, she didn't stick around? Yeah, so tomorrow morning we'll send it out with a deadline for December 1st. We'll pull everything together and bring it to you on December 13th.
So let's get in Councillor Ray.
So just to be accurate, are you going to change that to 8.63?
Sure,
Our document says 8.63.
sure. Yes, of course, pardon me.
We're all striving to become accountants, Charlotte. We want to get it right down to the decimal point. So that's a good sign, right? I just wanted to briefly say, I think this one pager is an excellent tool, and I think it's a great process improvement to be sending it out earlier. So I think, thank you very much. I think that's a really positive improvement.
I would just, thank you, Councillor Ray. I would just like to say it was a total team effort. Tina went all out for us on this.
Councillor Papa.
Thank you. And I'm not professing to be an accountant, but where we have Memorial Arena roof, $3 million, and then tax increase 0.5, it's 0.5 to pay the interest, right? So in brackets, so people go, oh, it's 0.5% for a $3 million doesn't sound good. So a bracket maybe after 0.5% and say borrowing costs or something. I don't know, just for clarity.
Thank you. Sorry. In closing, thank you, everybody. Fun, maybe not fun, but it was good discussion, some really good discussion. Appreciate your engagement. And so our next get together is on December 13th. Similar to last year, we will bring you a list of new asks that will have this document, this information, plus and hopefully, I'm hoping maybe we'll end up sending something out, making sure we're picking up everything, not missing something you'd like to see some information on, with resolutions embedded into the document for each of those items.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Thank you, your finance team. Thank you to the department heads. We're not there yet. Thank you, council. Great discussions. It's all about moving forward. We're doing that. We still got some work to do, obviously, on this. Just an observation. I find this really interesting. You know, I've been 2005 involved in the budget process every year. So just watching the evolution of the mindset. I see a council mindset where, you know, for years and years, the focus was just on the impact on taxes. Okay, so what's the tax increase? And so, you know, and I see this council now is focused on certainly impact on taxes, but the impact on reserves. And, you know, that was overlooked. Everything goes reserves. And I've been reading articles from other municipalities that are having to go the 9 to 13%. There's one that's got 13 and some percent in taxes, but 35% overall because of their water funds and everything are going up. Like, it's devastating, but that's exactly what they said. You know what? Reserves have been drawn down and there hasn't been a focus. So number one, the council that brought forward and this finance team that brought forward our surplus and reserve policy, huge step. And now we see we've got some framework to work with, and you know, certainly some some confines to work within. We got a lot to do going forward, but at least we have the roadmap. It's interesting, you know, I see this council today going, oh, if we wouldn't fund it from taxes, should we be taxing it or should we be funding it from declining reserves and I mean diminishing reserves, right? So the light's on, you know what, that mindset going forward, you know what, we're going to be a lot healthier going forward. And I know going forward with some of the staff possibly, they may be disappointed in some of council's decisions, but these are the hard decisions we have to make right now. And that's exactly the point. If you wouldn't fund it right now, the way our reserves are, if we would not put it from taxes, from general revenue, should we be funding the project from a diminishing reserve? So anyways, just food for thought. And I'm actually, I'm really intrigued and very happy with the way our budgeting process is going. Certainly administration and council's kind of mindset on their direction going forward. So thank everybody for that. And with that, I'll get a motion to adjourn.